Mic test. Testing the mic. Mic test. Testing the mic. Testing the latency. All right. Let's mute that boy there. Actually, let's transition in and continue giving it a listen for now. Well, hello. I'm gonna give it a second. There's a bit of a delay. Well, hello. Can we hear that music? There's a bit of a delay. Can we hear that music? Music's a little low. I'm gonna bump it up a bit, I think. All right. Bump it up a bit, I think. Sorry about that feedback. I've got my monitor over here watching what's going on. It's another day here in the hobby corner. We're gonna try and get this Hunchback done today. So welcome everybody. How are you doing today? Hope it's been a fantastic afternoon for you. It's hot as hell here in downtown San Francisco. Been dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties getting started up, transferring some files out of the computer to save some space. I've got a guy outside who's been bumping his music for the last couple hours. I'm hoping that's not going to come through and give me a copyright strike. But anyhow, did a little preliminary work today. Got started on the old Hunchback once again. We went for some more sponge highlights here up on the tippy tops of these arms and the legs here. It's a little brighter than I was anticipating, but that's fine. We'll bring it back down. But I think what we're going to do is try and get started with the sponge chipping or the sponging on the torso here on this main color. And then maybe fill in some of the metallics and then move on to the Catgirls and start doing some painting. I'm struggling here to keep it in frame, but once we get off the big boy, it'll be a little easier to get everything in shot. We get a little closer in, you can see what's going on. But it's going to prove to be a long day here in the hobby corner, so if you're joining now, thank you for your presence. If you're catching this through the algorithm, thank you as well. Looks like everything's okay. Let's get a rolling on this. And I think I've discovered in doing the sponging that to get any kind of like readable highlights on it, we need to put some serious contrast on the model. So I think we're going to go from this beige here, which is the base color, on into tan earth. And I think that is a step that's far enough that it's going to work. So let's give it a go and see how it works. I got my tripod around here somewhere, so that will let me get the phone on it and get a little bit of recording going. Let's see if I can snake this damn thing through and get it going. Because after all, we're not just filming this for a live stream, we're filming this for a video. Video that should come out real soon. Whenever the big name Hunchback video drops. Woke up to a little bit of a shock today. Evidently, I'm not the only one doing a big Hunchback build / paint up, though. You'll have to check the community posts from a certain gigantic channel to hear more about that. I don't want to give them any publicity because I was a little upset. To see someone else doing the same project that I'm doing at the same time. But it should be fine, and we can get them moving. All right, so we're going to start out by showing the camera the tan earth here. We're going to put a big old puddle of it down. And just like the last session, we're going to start out with a little bit of sponge work on this boy. And before I started rolling today, I was working on a little bit of green. So the sponge that I'm using is a little saturated with green, so we're going to switch to the other half of the sponge and get it a-going in the tan. And hopefully this will provide enough contrast. If not, we're going to have to mix a little white into it, but that's fine. Should be just hunky-dory. Let's see what's the best setup here. Maybe this over here and this here in the frame. I have it on camera. I hope y'all can still see it here on the feed. But there's going to be a whole lot of that whole like juggling it around between what I'm filming for the video and what I'm showing to y'all for the live stream. But anyhow, I digress. Welcome once again to another Country Fried Paint Session Hobby Corner Hangout live stream. I've been having a lot of fun with these. I think these are going to become pretty commonplace. So going forward, we'll definitely expect a lot more live streams than the full-length videos. But that's not to say we're not going to continue putting out quality full-length video content. Just there's going to be a lot of live streams that go along with it, chronicling not only the painting but the editing that's going into the project as well. And I think as this channel continues forth, there'll be a great place for people to come in and put their input and you know, perhaps directly influence the outcome of projects in one way or another. I'm always open to suggestion, and if you care enough to drop comments or participate in live chats, well, I care enough to hear you out and see if we can't use your input. Okay, so next we got a real big chungus here to work on. So yeah, just a bunch of chipping, or I guess not chipping, sponge work. Ironically, the chipping is kind of more of the same. I guess the big difference here is I'm sponging with a very saturated implement here with very thin, super thin down paint. And when you're applying the chipping, the weathering effects, it's different. You're going to use a less thin mixture and then apply it kind of like you would a dry brush. You'll take your sponge and remove most of the paint from it, and then hit those upper edges in a very haphazard fashion. And you can kind of see now how like the sponge wants to favor the raised portions. And then when you do the same thing with the sponge chipping effects, and you have like a nice primer color or a nice steel color, it shows flecks of paint, where flecks of paint have been removed from the model, and the colors underneath are showing. It's very effective. It's almost like a random pattern, but not quite. Here we're taking advantage of that kind of random nature to provide like a, I don't know, like a mottled quality to the paint. You know, any machine that's seen any amount of wear and tear and sun and scratches and use is going to show like there's going to be some random chipping, some random degradation of the finish, and that's what we're trying to kind of achieve here. Very quick method, especially given that this thing is so big. We want to work quickly and get it done. Get her cleaned up. And by cleaned up, I mean dirtied up. I think that's one of my mustache hairs right there. See if we can't get rid of that out of the finish there. Oh no, it's in the paint. Anyhow, once again, we're going to be locked in for a while tonight, getting some work done. Hopefully getting this Hunchback completely finished. Whether or not I stream the whole thing tonight remains to be seen. Though, honestly, I could go for a long session. And I'm going to have to either way. Whether or not I stream it, I think I'm going to be locked in. Time crunch is coming in. And this needs to get done. This needs to be done and put out. I haven't even, you know, I'm still in the painting stage, right? So it's going to need some, still filming, painting it. It's going to need a whole nother workflow live stream. And if that's something that interests you, if you're, you want to know about what goes on in the back end of YouTube video production, about editing, the use of Premiere, for instance, check out the workflow live streams. We've got a few up for a few other projects, and there'll be an episode or two live streamed of putting the work in for this here Hunchback project. We're gonna get it just filmed up. Everything's filmed. Everything's saved for posterity. And I think that'll, you know, yield some hours of content. I hope they're useful. Whether or not they are stands to be seen. All right, so got about 7 minutes of footage recorded, and that way I can take. Now I'll take my tripod and get it out of the way and get a little closer in. So we'll focus more on the section here that y'all can see. Toss in some more tan earth. Toss in a little more water. And give it a stir. In the meantime, I'll be thinking about what's a good question for the day. What's something to ask folks who show up over the course of the stream? Should it be Battletech related? Should it be food related? Should it be tabletop game related? Should it be video game related? I don't know yet. But when it comes to me, I'll toss a poll in the chat. Folks can give another vote. Those have been fun so far. Okay, so as it stands, we've got a little bit of work done so far on this torso. Looking at the contrast I've achieved so far, it may need a little bit of white added to get a lighter tone, which is unfortunate. I wanted to do this whole project using exclusively the colors that came in the Panzer Aces kit, but I think we're just gonna have to raid the collection of colors. Might thin it down with a little bit of the Liquitex white ink, actually, kind of showcase its use. But for now, we're looking at more sponging, more and more and more sponging, building up some layers, building up some contrast on those raised bits. A little bit haphazard on it, but that's fine, because at this 1/48 scale, the model's big enough that the natural lighting helps to accentuate the shadows, so you don't have to force them as much. Anytime you're painting little tiny models, the smaller the model is, the more you have to like create the illusion of the shadows. So like, if you think about it, a 1-to-1 scale. Let's use a Space Marine as an example. You got a 1-to-1 scale Space Marine. He's 8 feet tall, 9 feet, 10, however big a Space Marine is. I think they're 10 feet tall. And you've got that armor, and you can just spray paint it ultramarine blue. That's it. You don't have to do any highlighting on it. The sun or whatever room you have this 1-to-1 scale statue standing in, it's going to do all the work. All the shadows are going to be created. You can visually see the depth, or instantly see the depth, despite it just being flat color. The lighting does the work. And the more you shrink it down, the less able the natural lighting is to create subtle hue variations between your midtones and your shadow colors and all that. And that's why we put so many layers on models. Just creating the illusion of the work that light would be doing naturally. And of course, again, the smaller it is, the more you have to force that. That's why a really exquisitely painted 28mm scale model can have like upwards of 20 layers to create the effects that you're after. Okay, this is getting some contrast on it. I don't know how well that reads on the feed. It doesn't really. Seems like the white balance doesn't really show it too much. Unfortunately, my desk lamp right here is very, very cool blue, bright white color, and the white balance tends to blow things out a little bit, I think, because of it. Could maybe bring it down some. Let's see how that looks if I do like 20% less on that light. Is it any better? Not really. It's still very blowed out. See if I can't bring it down a little more. See how that looks. Of course, these things are just, I blast these with light for the filming purposes. It looks like at this point the soft boxes might be doing more of the work. That's fine. Once we put a little more contrast on it, I think y'all will be able to see it a little better, what's going on here. And if anything, this kind of reinforces that point that I was just making about having to force the shadows, create the contrast and the tonal variations. Because not only will it more readily appear that way to your eyes, but to the camera as well. Anyhow, I thought I had an idea for a poll, but I don't think it's. I don't think it's right. I was going to ask what's the superior scale for scale modeling, but I don't think that. I don't think that's our question for the day. I think our question for the day is going to be which designs are the best Battletech designs. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right. How do I create a poll? Start a poll. Question of the day. Which designs are the best Battletech designs? Question mark. Option 1. Iron Wind Metals. Option 2. Catalyst Games. Option 3. Mech Warrior Online. Option 4. Third Party 3D Prints. Ask the community. There we go. I should be able to minimize that thing and still like watch the chat. Yeah, there we go. All right. If y'all are finding this through the algorithm and can't participate in the poll, let me know in the comments down below what you think are the best designs. Because personally, I'm partial to the Ironwind Metals ones. I like them old, goofy sculpts that are accurate to the original, like, technical readout art. Though I paint them all. And if there's any out there that you'd like to see as a piece of content, as a paint up, don't hesitate to let me know down below. I might just take your idea and make a short, I don't know, 12, 15 minute video out of it. So don't be shy. Let me know. Comments down below. If you have a favorite design, a favorite sculpt, a favorite miniature producer, I'd love to hear what you think is best. All right, this is getting some good contrast. I think it kind of half-ass shows up on the feed here. I see some shadows in it, and it's definitely coated all over with the upper layer of this here tan earth. What was it called? Tan earth, yeah. Let's get a little bit on the underside. I don't think much of that'll show up, but there could be a little bit depending on how I position the model when we glue it together. All right. So let's get back out that camera. We're gonna have to do a little white. I need a second layer of contrast on this. That's not enough. So for that matter, I think we're gonna grab this here Liquitex white ink and film a bit of that. Okay. So from here, as always, we're gonna show the titanium white ink to the camera. We're gonna show the tan earth again, and we're gonna create a mixture. Think like about that much, and then we'll do 2 drops, maybe 2 drops of the titanium white. Pow pow. See how much contrast that adds to the color, and then we want a little bit of water. 4 drops ought to do it, because that ink will help dilute it some anyways. And you can see, or maybe you can see, that it's got a little bit of the little bit of contrast there. I think the white balance is still blowing it out quite a bit, but that's fine. It'll be more evident as we go. Okay, put this off to the side. Get this big boy back in here. All right, so same deal, more sponging. Gonna try to concentrate it towards the tops more, I think, and then hopefully this provides enough contrast over that last layer that it'll read as a highlight, as an upper edge highlight. I think it should, though. After all, really, most of the work is going to come, most of the heavy lifting, I should say, is going to come from the weathering steps later and the oil wash, which I guess is a weathering step. And then some of this is going to get painted over anyways. I think we'll do like a big green stripe coming down one side of it. But digress. Get some work in today. I'm going to try to concentrate this bit on the upper facing edges. Real heavy up top here on the AC20. Mostly on the shoulders. Maybe like a bit on the belt, if you could call it that. Just trying to reason where would the sunlight be hitting this and creating that lighter tone. And if any of it gets too bright, we'll bring it back down with washes later. I think mostly I'm going to avoid like these little recesses for the most part, but still try to put a little on them. Just like more here, more on the head, more on the cannon, more on the center torso. And then of course when we do the when we add the cannon blast to this boy, it's going to be very yellowy coming out of here anyway, so we'll create some OSL, some object source lighting coming off that muzzle flash. But for now, it's the tedium of sponging. I'm gonna sponge this boy. Or gal? I don't really know. Why not both? At the same time. He's a big boy, but also the chassis is a she. I wonder where mechs lie in that. Generally, don't captains refer to their boats as she? Be interesting, I think, to delve into those cultural standards. And where that comes from. Okay. I think I've got a good amount of contrast on this. The edges are definitely brighter than the lower areas. It's looking all right. And I think this section needs a little bit now. So we're going to do the same thing. Hit that with another layer and create some contrast. Maybe a little less on this one. Just concentrated on that like square hard edge more so than the other. All right, that looks pretty decent. Pretty decent. Stop the camera for a moment. Let's do, I think we want to switch back to a little more of the duraluminum. So as always, let's try to get the camera to focus on it and then show it to the camera. Give a good old shake, Reno. And get us started there. I think I have a paintbrush out. All right. Let's start putting some metallics down. Is this the most interesting bit to work on? Emery says, best Battletech designs generally are borrowed from Macross, Dugrim, Crusher Joe Model Kits, Victor Music Industries, 2C, and Comstar Mech Drawing. Generally, those ones borrowed from. Okay. I tend to agree. Of course, I'm very partial to... very partial to anything that came out of the technical readout 3050, and there's a few in there. The The Wasp and the Valkyrie and the Stinger are in there. The Ostrock. Wasn't there another Ost? The Ost Sol is in there, and the Ost Scout as well. And then, of course, the Marauder still has its Macross design. And it's wild that they look fine. They blend in nicely alongside the other stuff. I guess they're all in there. You still got the Warhammer and the Rifleman, the Longbow. Is the Longbow in 3050? It's got to be. Who else? The original Locust from Crusher Joe, which I actually just recently watched Crusher Joe and was surprised how briefly that design that was used for the Locust was on the screen. It's just in that one very, very brief scene in the film when the crew is running away, being chased by the long-legged bots. They were simply there for a gag to be tripped up. But it's good. I recommend it. If you find Crusher Joe, watch it. It's got a little bit of like slapsticky, Looney Tune-ish type fun to it, and that was awesome. It's good. It's a good ride. It's like 2.5 hours. Osmex were made from cut-up Zentradi result. Okay, yeah. Longbow was in one of the house books and is a 95-tonner. Just can't remember if it's in the 3050 book or not. I like the Longbow. I've been using a 12C variant. I think is the one. It uses LRM 20s and LRM 15s, and it has no backup weapons. But it fulfills the role that it's intended to fulfill very nicely. It shoots missiles. That's what he do. I think it might have a couple medium lasers now that I sit here and think about it. But yeah, my Otomo lance parks up and rains missiles from above. It's a good time. Just about every attack I have rolls on the cluster charts. Something kind of fun about bringing the game to a halt every time I fire a weapon. A little bit of mind gaming going on there. I especially like the Akuma for that, because he's got the got an MRM 20 and the LBX 10 autocannon, and then of course a couple other weapons that took the chart. I think they were SRMs, but it might be a streak SRM now that I'm thinking about it. But fun lance. I built it specifically around using what's the system called? The Artemis control systems. He says, I like to use future weapons like ATGM from Longbow just to separate it from the more fire support hips, make it more of a specialist artillery pieces. Never messed around with ATMs. I haven't, but I haven't played a lot of like future tech. I generally like Fedcom era, and I think I'm a bit biased into enjoying that from playing MechWarrior 4, which is like 3066. Arrow 5, the missiles that do Thunder. thunder missiles are the ones that are like one big missile, right? And then arrow 4s are the are artillery pieces, which can be really nasty if you build a list that uses tag lasers and paints targets to be hit by mech-mounted, well, effectively cruise missiles. Played against somebody who was using some kind of tank that had, I want to say it was a tank with two arrow, what are they, arrow 5s or arrow 4s? I think they're arrow 4s. Had a pair of them, and he lit me up with what's that helicopter? There's a real cheap helicopter with a tag system on it. It's a Sprint scout helicopter, I think. Great, really good unit. Comes screeching in at high speed and paints your mech with a tag laser. All of a sudden, you've got arrow 4s and semi-guided LRM ammunition raining down on you. Good stuff. I'm a fan. ATMs are an attempt to get away from the sandblaster rockets of the original game. There, what if mechs had sidewinders instead of shooting off a bunch of bottle rockets? Yeah, that's fair. There's also the Inner Sphere did the multiple missile launcher system. What is it? The MMLs? There's a king crab design that has a pair of the multiple missile launchers. I thought would be fun, and I think they're 7s. So like, it's a neat sweet spot between LRM 5s, which really don't do much, and SRM 6s, which are big. Hey, someone's laying on their horn. Y'all hear that? Something must be going on in SF today, because the traffic has been crazy. But I can't shut the window. It's hotter than hell downtown today. Or for San Francisco. I know that some of the homies back east are sweltering under some 100+ temperatures. Glad it's not that warm, but you see, San Francisco is an interesting place in that we've never needed air conditioning here. So most places don't have air conditioning. In fact, my apartment has evaporated heat heaters in the wall, radiators. So even though it's hot as heck, I can't actually turn the heat off. It's always on. You know, for the last forever, if it's hot, you just open the window. And now, unfortunately, it's getting quite warm in SF. Remember, Battletech has weak LRMs and SRMs because it's kind of based on ship-to-ship warfare from the 50s, where ships more or less launch organized Katsuya wrecks at each other. Maybe they were thinking Macross Missile Massacre, but I doubt it. Yeah, that's fair. I was talking a bit in the Discord with one of the users about some of the interesting rules in the game, and I think a lot of BattleTech rules stem from the fact that it's a board game. Like it's a miniature game, yeah, sure, but it's a board game. It's played on hexes. a lot of the rules function for gameplay purposes, like the whole ammo explosions working the way they do. That's just this game. Organ pipe instead of organized. Okay, organ pipe, Katsuya racks at each other. Don't actually know what that is. Katsuya rockets. But going contextually, I can kind of get the gist. Anyhow, speaking of the Discord, if any of y'all have found this live stream through the algorithm, and you find yourself watching and going through the chat, check out in the chat for a CFM Discord invite link. For now, for a little while, I think I'm going to just be handing out this this link a little freely till we get it a little more populated, but going forward, this thing might become invite only. And of course, all channel members will have access to the Discord invite link, as well as some fun emojis and channel badges. So, again, if you found this via the algorithm and you like what you see and you want to be a part of and support this community, please, by all means, consider becoming a member today. For as little as $1 a month, you can join the ranks of the Country Fried Minis Biscuits. Your love and financial support will keep this channel rolling indefinitely. I don't see us going nowhere. Too many models to paint. Katusha like the Russian rocket trucks on World War III. I mean World War II. I see that it's not your day for typing either there, Emery. Yes, okay. I know Katusha. I can hear the sound of the Katushas going off. Anyhow, we've now moved forward into putting some metallic accents on this here model. I hope y'all can see it. I could probably bring that down a bit, reduce the white glare off it. Try and get some headway on this boy. It needs to come out. It needs to get done. I need to really, ideally, I need to have this model out, or have it completed so I can start the editing of the film. Get y'all a nice, I don't know, 20 minute or so video. Wallman, Thunderbolts are great because they act like modern missiles. Those are the ones that just like do a single impact, right? For what are they? There's a 510 and a 15, if I remember correctly. They just hit one spot and blow a hole in it. Might have to try some out. I haven't actually played with them on the tabletop. I kind of gloss over them because, you know, a Thunder 5 in my mind is just another, it's an AC5. They fill exactly the same role. I guess maybe the range bands are somewhat different, but I don't know. They never had great appeal to me. Though I could see building a thematic lance with multiple thunder options could be pretty fun. Maybe a tank support column. Anyhow, I don't know offhand who has thunder missiles. I know I've seen them out there, and they'd be easy to search for in Mega Mech. Just use the advanced search tool to pull it up. That's actually how I ended up building my Atomo lance. I just went into Mega Mech and I searched for I use the advanced search tool and search for Artemis fire control system, and ended up with it's a longbow, an Akuma, a Avatar AV1-OB, and then a Strider. And the whole lance is just thematically built around one system. Hello, Shadow and Sun. Howdy, howdy. Hope your day is going well. I'm getting a little paint in on a gigantic hunchback for an upcoming project. She's in 1/48 scale, and I've got a 12-inch hex base to put her on. And then we've got all these fun little Catgirl models that'll be scurrying around her base to make these thematically Canopian. Kind of a nod to fans of various aspects of Battletech. But for now, I've just done the sponging on the layers on this tan and the browns and the green, and we're adding a little bit of metallics. I highly recommend this metallic. This is the Vallejo acrylic metal color. Get some really fantastic one coat coverage, which is what you need if you're making something in a hurry. Emery, I imagine infantry SRMs are sort of like Howling Cow Rockets, the Wehrmacht hauled around on half tracks. They seem to be shoulder-fired bazooka type things like a blowpipe. Yeah, I think you're probably right there. Though I tend to favor infantry with the Korean far shot, the LRM infantry, which again is why I like. It may actually be the number one reason why I prefer FedCom Civil War era, because that infantry mounted LRM is developed in 3063, I think. So it's really cool to see that show up. Nothing like sending out some Blizzard hover tanks and unloading a couple platoons to hold a pass and prevent enemies from moving through, while also hurling indirect LRM fire within 9 hexes from infantry, nonetheless. Like 70 points a base. Another Nate, yay, more Catgirls. Yeah, we're gonna get to the Catgirls today. Though I wanted to start with the Hunchback and get it mostly painted and ready, and then I think we'll get to a certain point and I'll bring in the camera some and we can get some up close layering on the Catgirls. They ended up with some not great skin tone. I do not like the Crusader flesh from Army Painter. I think the fact that I used the zenithal coat actually made it not work. So recommend, if you're using the original Army Painter speed paint and you use the Crusader flesh, make sure you're going over a solid white base coat. It looks really bad over a zenithal. Anyhow, welcome y'all. Got a poll up if you'd like to participate and let me know what your favorite brand of Battletech models are. And of course, we'll be here for a while, so no pressure to sit in and watch long hours of it, but I sure would appreciate your viewership if you do choose to stay and hang out. And that goes to folks who find this via the algorithm as well. Your viewership is well appreciated. Even though you can't participate in the poll live, you can drop it down in the comments down below. Let me know what your favorite brand of Battletech models are. Hell, toss me an idea for a chassis and I might just do a video just for you. I mean, really, it's for me, right? It's for my channel, but I'm open to community involvement. In fact, as this channel grows, I think that will continue to be a very big focus, community-driven content. Hunchback is just a super cat girl. Yeah, actually, after putting together the thumbnail for today's video, I kind of regret not adding the Nico ears to it. I think that'd be pretty funny. But this is a faithful printing of Locust Labs' new Hunchback that will be coming out sometime soon. When the video comes out, there'll be a link to it. If you like their work, you can support them over on Patreon. Get your hands on all kinds of designs. I'm watching them come out like crazy over on Mechanical Frog's Discord channel. Really awesome community over there. And speaking of, if you're not familiar with Mechanical Frog and you are into any type of deep Battletech lore, I cannot recommend enough that channel. Go check him out. Man is a mad lad, putting out content all the time. Just did one on the Locust 2C. It was a good video. Emery says, the idea of Chitara all sweaty in a mech cockpit is kind of gross and ridiculous. Mech Warrior is not a good situation for someone with body fur implants. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And that's something that's kind of lost on modern Mech Warrior. When they show you out of your cockpit in like a flight suit, more or less. It's like, no, it's too hot. It's far too hot in the cockpit of your mech to wear pants. There's a reason behind the madness, behind the art of the folks they got a helmet and a cooling vest and skivvies and boots, and that's about all you can handle, and it's still too hot. Was it Duncan Fisher says in Mech Warrior 4 that he's seen guys come out of the cockpit smoking? I mean, these chassis are powered by basically a small star in their chest. I love it. It's it really doesn't make a lot of sense, some of the aspects of it, but again, if you think of Battletech as a board game and just suspend the disbelief of why do things function in a way or no, it works. Another Nate suggests a kilt. That actually, Northwind Highlanders, I could see them wearing kilts. They might even be in an advantage wearing a kilt instead of briefs. Get a little more airflow up under the nether regions as they're sweating up a storm under the heat generated by furious launchings of LRMs and medium lasers. Oh, what the hell happened here? Capillary action sucking out some of my metallic paint into the water reservoir. Not good. Hopefully it doesn't taint all the paint with mica flakes. But it's fine if they do. Whatever. We're not painting this model to win contests. We're painting this model to get clicks. It's kind of a shame, really, to think about making content with the idea of getting clicks in mind. I know it's part of the game, but I'm telling you, I would love to paint up some of my more obscure stuff, some of my Dungeon Crawl Classics models, some Ral Partha stuff. I don't think they'll perform well enough to keep the algorithm happy yet. So for now, it's chasing things with an eye towards growth until we hit some kind of critical mass of being able to paint other fun stuff. But that said, I do have a gigantic backlog of models to be painted. Fun things. was thinking of doing the Dark Souls board game. I've got a mostly pristine copy of Citadel, and I think it was Milton Bradley did Battle Masters. It's like a simplified Warhammer Fantasy Battle. I think that'll be a lot of fun to do some video content on. I've got the Dungeons and Doggies sets. That'll be fun. Making soup does not begin to cover what would happen to pants in a mech cockpit. Yeah, I can't, like, I'm just imagining, like, all the times I've opened the oven and my glasses just instantly fog up. Like, that's the temperature inside the cockpit at all times. They're wearing cooling vests for a reason. I just love, there's a piece of art out there somewhere of a clan mech warrior who is out of her cockpit of a downed, I want to say it's a stone rhino, and she is in like a blizzard type tundra situation, blizzardy weather, snow on the ground. She is very obviously very cold, given by both the body language and the clothing she's wearing. I'd post it, but I'd have to find it and put the link. And, you know, I'm focused on the painting for now. And will be for a while. We're going to be here for, I don't know, a few hours. I may or may not stay live past the into the wee hours, but thank y'all for stopping by so far. I've been communicating quite a bit lately with some folks who are Aussie. So anytime I can actually do these late streams and make it into the wee hours here, I'd definitely am all for that. But for now, it is slow and steady progress forward. Put some metallic bits on this here chassis. Just like the little additions here add so much. I think this thing should be a different color. Maybe not. Consider making it green later when I do the Canopus symbol. I think these should be metallic. Just about done with adding the metallic bits to this torso. Anyhow, let me do a quick sound listen. How's the music going? Sounds all right. Sound listen. How's the music going? Sounds all right. Okay. I know that not all the music tracks are like the same volume, so there's a little give and take in trying to get the levels right. Someone mentioned in one of the previous streams that one of the tracks was especially loud, so apologies if ever it's too loud. Just also let me know if you think I should adjust the volume there, but really, the intention behind the stream is more or less a place to come and hang out while you're doing your own hobbying. Music is present but chill. Thank you very much, another Nate. I like it to be there, and I've got a good selection. I think the playlist is long enough to keep it kind of interesting, and also to hear some favorites if you enjoy them. Music is brought to you today by Lupus Nocti and Rizko. They're both available on Epidemic Sound. If you need some licensed music for your own streams or videos, Epidemic Sound's pretty good. They do cost monthly though. I pay $15 a month for a license to a sound library that includes thousands of songs and sound effects. In fact, almost all of the music from any of my videos comes from Epidemic Sound. So they've been well worth it so far. Though $15 a month could be a little pricey in the long run. Definitely need to start generating some income from the channel. But that'll come in time. Really, the money generator is honestly the commissions. And speaking of commissions, if you'd like to get your own commissioned mechs or models painted by yours truly, perhaps even made into a video here on the channel of your models, head on over to the link in the description down below. I have a gig up on Fiverr.com. Got some really competitive pricing for the mechs themselves, and I'm open to custom offers. So check it out if that's something that interests you, and it doesn't cost anything to send an inquiry my way, so check it out. Just sent out the last of my queue. I'm actually completely clear right now for paintings. So if you'd like to make my life difficult and get some models, yeah, check it out. I'm also, of course, available for more custom personal inquiries if you'd like to shoot me a message on Discord. Don't be shy. Send me a message. Love to chat about anything and everything. Well, just about. No politics. Okay, so I think with this little grate here on the shoulder, we're going to be done with the metallics on the torso. I think it's enough. It's enough. But here we got some beige poking through some of the corners. Let's get them filled in. All right. So looks all right. The layer lines got a little rough on the underside, unfortunately, which really sucks, but you know, it is what it is. I think now that I'm giving it some thought, I think this ball joint should probably be metallic, because I bet once we glue it together there'll be just the tiniest bit of it poking through and visible. So let's at least get that mostly, at least what would show up, painted into this silvery tone. And this again is Jet Exhaust by Vallejo Metal Color. You don't have any Vallejo Metal Color in your collection, I cannot recommend enough picking up a little bit next time you're down at your friendly local gaming store. Give them a little business and pick you up a fantastic product that is great via both brushwork and through your airbrush. It's actually even more beautiful through the airbrush. Another day. No politics. Isn't BattleTech a huge political argument with rockets? Yes. Yes, I suppose I should amend that statement. Keep all politics BattleTech related. It's a Minis painting channel. We want to keep the real life discussions on Reddit where it belongs. Besides, I have found that there's nothing that can drive a wedge between people quite as fast as political discussion And as long as we can keep politics and religion out of it, folks tend to get along. Even if they have disagreements that would prevent them from talking otherwise. Just remaining blissfully ignorant of those kinds of stances makes it work. And this, after all, is a community, a welcoming community. We want everybody here. We want folks to have a good time. All are welcome. So again, toss the Discord invite into the chat. I think I'll toss it again. I might configure Nightbot at some point to do this semi-regularly, but over on Discord at the following link. We'll do... Ow, there we go. We got the community. It's up and going. We're not super populated yet, but there's some people in there having a good time talking about all kinds of things, mostly BattleTech. But again, if you're not a member, you're more than welcome. Come on by. If you're finding this video via the algorithm and watching it back, please, by all means, go through the chat, snag that link. It should be set to not expire at all. All right, so let's get a little more jet exhaust out. And I think I'm going to film this a little bit more. I can't remember if I filmed putting metal on these hands. So let's get a little more of that for the video. This is also a little food for thought for folks who want to record their own miniature painting. Really, what you need to get good footage, to get usable footage, I should say, just need a good light. Well, a few good lights. I use this desk lamp right here, and then a soft box here and here, the bright white things in the little face cam. And then I've got my phone. I can't get this in front of the camera. I just got a $26 Endurax tripod off of Amazon. It's aluminum construction with plastic locks. I can't remember if it's 26 or 36, but it's cheap. Got a little mount for the camera, and I use my phone. Hello, Technor, welcome. It looks like Nightbot has told you to stop spamming caps. So I have adjusted Nightbot. It will not actually stop you from spamming caps. I think it's kind of funny that it gets on to people, so I left it in there. But she's actually just... I think it gives you a 1 second timeout when you do that. But yes, I agree. Technoir says pan flutes. I do love the pan flutes. And if y'all don't know what that reference is, check out Technoir. Keep your eye open for streams over at twitch.tv/TechnoirTN. Does some really fun stuff with some old games. There's some fantastic VODs up right now. We also do a stream every other week on Tuesday nights. Right now we're playing through a little bit of Morrowind in the TES3 MP mod, which basically just lets you play Morrowind with a friend. It's the same experience, but it's looking like it's a little jank. We had some hiccups, or some growing pains, I should say, in that first episode last Tuesday. But should be all right, and hopefully we can keep it rolling next week. There'll be at least one more episode. Whether or not we continue remains to be seen. You can also check out Technoir at our Tuesday TTRPG sessions. We've got another episode of Cyborg coming up this Tuesday, 6 p.m. PST. Come join the gang and see how they handle the heist in a rules light, grim dark future vision of dystopian capitalist apocalypse. Should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to have to actually get some assets over the next couple days. I say a couple days, but it's Sunday, isn't it, y'all? I guess tomorrow I got to do all my prep. Right? Sunday? I'm losing days. Yeah, 2 nights. So check us out Tuesday, August 1st, 6 p.m. PST. Play a little more Cyborg. Should be a great time. That game is super fun. And it seems like it's super easy to dungeon master. So whether you want to get into it as a player or a dungeon master yourself, check them out over at the Stockholm Cartel. Same people who put together the Morkborg. Welcome. Technor just joined Jelly Biscuits. Thank you much, good sir. You're now a Jelly Biscuit member. Access to all the perks of Jelly Biscuits, including Jelly Biscuits here in the... Actually, I just said Jelly Biscuit. I don't think we have a Jelly Biscuit emoji yet. How does Cyborg compare to Shadowrun? Well, I think Cyborg is a tenth of the rule size. The entirety of the rule book is 70 pages. It is insanely rules light. It encourages fast and easy play with death that comes easy. It plays like Morkborg, so like you've got what, 4 main stats? It's like presence, agility, strength, toughness. There might be 5 stats, but your numbers in the stats don't matter. Just the in fact, when you generate your stats, you're just determining what your plus or minus is, and then you discard the number. One of the interesting things in the Stockholm Cartel games is that enemies don't roll to hit you. They automatically hit you, and you roll to see if you avoid the damage. So like the players are doing all the rolling, and the DM is just doing the DMing and not having to do the dice stuff. Technor says, not really many fantasy aspects to it like Shadowrun either. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Shadowrun is like it's that cyberpunk, but it's still, there's like magic and fantasy tropes, right? This is just like late stage capitalist dystopian Zaibatsu cyberpunk covered in a thick veneer of human feces. But it should be fun. The party right now consists of two burned cyber... What is it called? Burned deckers? I can't remember. 2 of the guys saw some dark secret while delving the depths of cyberspace and got burned for it. Their follies leaving lasting impressions on their psyche, but masters of the cyber deck of hacking, jumping into systems, taking them over. And then one of the guys is an ex-corpo killer with a giant laser cannon. Should be fun. They've been tasked by... Oh, what was it? Dr. King Willie of Dr. King Willie's Discount Surgery Emporium Warehouse, open 24/7. They've been tasked to steal some cybernetic legs from a kill match star. and return them to Dr. King Willie within 36 hours. Will the party make it? Will they survive? Will they successfully steal back what is rightfully the property of Dr. King Willie? Will they die in the process? Will they encounter sec debt detachments and get gunned down as they screech off towards the penthouse of... I can't remember the guy's name. It should be fun, though. We usually aiming to go like 2.5 hours or so. Cowboys who surf the black ice. Yes, black ice is specifically a thing that is mentioned in the game. It looks super fun. Haven't got to play Morkborg yet, but if you looked at anything about Morkborg, it's basically cyberpunk Morkborg with a whole layer of the tech stuff added. Because I believe Morkborg has magic, but Cyborg has basically both hacking and magic. But the magic stuff is tied to the nano infestations. I believe the concept behind it is there's like some kind of alien bacteria on the planet, and it infests people and gives them these nano powers, which can greatly backfire, can be really bad things. So we'll see. It's been fun so far in that, like, the party is more or less given free rein to dive deep into their imaginations and do what they want to do. And I'm very inclined to say yes to just about everything, because life is cheap and all it's going to take is one stray SMG bullet, and that's a party member. So we shall see. Using bespoke, tinkered up Madware decks. So the hacker guys get the cyber decks, but then everybody also has a retinal comms device. So in this world, everybody is 24/7 plugged into like really deeply integrated augmented reality. Like, folks are getting ads displayed directly onto their retinas. It's pretty wild. Old Gibson and Sterling with Stevenson's moment fiction lingo. It's the best. I don't. That's a little lost on me there, Emery. I am ignorant of this concept. I never claimed to be a traveled man. Anyhow, looks like we're about to hit the 10-minute mark with this here last bit of metallics. And with that, the phone will stop recording. And I can get this thing out of the way and not have to look around it. But once again, I think this whole like phone setup here really shows if you wanted to record your own stuff for videos. Really, if you got a good phone that records 4K, you just need a tripod for it and a couple good lights, and you're good to go. Another Nate says, OG Cyberpunk authors, thank you very much for helping to enlighten me. I definitely get a little lost in some of these references. See if I can't get this on the camera better. You know, I never really got into too much cyberpunk stuff. I kind of wanted to check out the Cyberpunk game when it came out, but at the time my computer was still using a 650 Ti. Like, there was no way my machine was going to run it. And even now, my main machine is a 1060. Is it GTX or whatever? This computer, this setup here that I'm using, is actually using my old 650 Ti. And it's more or less, well, this is what it does. The computer here in the corner has 2 webcams plugged into either USB hub, and it's running Discord, and that's all it's doing. That, and I do the audio recordings. I do my audio recordings for videos on it as well. I think folks are participating over in the chat. Looks like, yeah, folks sharing some cool stuff over at the Discord. Once again, let me add another plug here. If y'all aren't already in the Discord, or if you found this content via the algorithm, no, oops, that's at Tech Noirs. Yeah, okay, I just put the long link, not Discord. Yeah, check out the Discord channel if you haven't joined. If you're going back through and finding this via the algorithm, come on over and chat in our chat rooms. You can see the link. Go back through the live chat. Link will be there for y'all. Also, link for Tech Noir over at twitch.tv/TechNoirTN. Check out the occasional delve into fun and sometimes obscure games. Played through some System Shock, the new one. Those were fun streams. Puzzling over puzzles. Played through a little bit of the Zelda game as well. Good times, good moments, good streams. Anyhow, looks like we're still making some decent headway through this stuff here. May stream some Caves of Cud. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be dank. So folks, yeah, just make sure to pop in over on twitch.tv every now and then. Maybe go ahead and sign up and get you some notifications for when it goes live. Emery says, drugs like Twist and Wild Lash make me jumpy, but the right dose of Pounce gets me to the edge where I can offload my zone name and just ride the fear wherever it leads. Hey, it's that track that sounds like it should be Phantasy Star Online music. Which, let's see if I can catch it. I might have just missed it. Let's see if I can catch it. I might have just missed it. There's definitely some latency. Normally I'd prefer to do the stream in the ultra low latency, but you know, over the last few streams we've lost some frames, and I'm a little concerned that the because I'm streaming via Wi-Fi, that it might be problematic. Let's see if that lighting's a little better. RFD Hobby, welcome. Says, hey Cameron, I'm out and about getting my camper fix. It's my home these days. Haha, just thought I'd drop in and throw down a like while I wait. Well, welcome, as always. If y'all don't know about RFD Hobby, he's got a fantastic YouTube channel over there, making all kinds of amazing terrain, mostly in like post-apocalyptic type setting. To go back down through the watch log, there's a whole bunch of good content to check out. Mechanical Frog, what are we making? We're working once again on the big Hunchback. We're working on the Locust Labs design at 1/48 scale, turning her into Canopian 1st Brigade. So far we've got the sponging done. I've sponged a few layers onto it. I'm trying to get the lighting right here for this stuff. So I'm trying to furiously get this out and time it for a release on a simultaneous release for a certain big channel that I'm not going to mention the name to insinuate that I'm affiliated with, because I'm not. But the timing is about the same, and also, you know, we'll do a nod to Locust Labs. And of course, we also have all these little Catgirls, which are Neokin infantry, Nico infantry, I can't remember, and we're gonna have them running around the base at the 1/48 scale. And then I also printed out, I got this fun muzzle flash effect shell coming out that we're gonna add into it. But I'm behind schedule. I should have been working on this like a month ago. So we're gonna furiously paint on it, get it out, and maybe do another marathon stream of editing it, and hopefully get it out. I'm worried that the deadline I'm chasing is sooner rather than later. Hopefully not. Hopefully I got more than just a couple days, but I figure if I can get this model painted today and finished up and on the base, I can edit it tomorrow and then be prepared immediately into next week. I can't actually give a date, a time or a date for when this is coming out, but it'll be soon. We'll have a video out. We'll probably go for like a 22-25 minute piece. Nice long form video that's not too overwhelming. Yeah, it should be good. I'm excited for it and hoping to turn it into some clicks. I'd like to... There's a certain amount of production and effort that's going into stuff that's intended for y'all, for the folks who already know that good old Country Fried Minis content. But there's also a bit of balancing and searching for content that perhaps the algorithm will show to new folks. We want to hit that first 1K. We're very close. At which point, I think things will go a little smoother and open up some freedom in the content, in the models that I can paint without, you know, having a video die. Definitely a bit of give and take there. It's been fun to kind of learn the YouTube thing and start to think about that more so than, excuse me, the early stuff. Yeah. Yeah, make a little headway. I think what I'm going to do here is finish getting this metallic on this bit here. And then I'll stop and take a, I don't know, 2-minute break, stretch my legs, and get back to it. Ken Frog's first 1,000 is roughest. Yeah, I've been anxiously watching the number go up. It's wild how, like, it's such a slow and steady growth at this point but I'm also like acutely aware of the number. I imagine that'll be less impactful on my thoughts as it gets a little higher. But YouTube did change their policies recently on monetization, which I thought was really awesome. They've allowed channels with 500 or less, or 500 or more subs to open up to super chats and channel membership, which is awesome. I went ahead and applied for the YouTube Partner Program, and they let me in. So I'm super excited to be making content with that in mind now. I feel like there is at least a small group of Country Fried Minis community, and the content has shifted gears from this, like, when I started the channel, it was making content for me, and now is making content for y'all. So along that line of thinking, a reminder that the hobby streams and the workflow streams alike are places for folks to come in and put their 2 cents in and tell me what they like or dislike, see what's going on behind the curtain, a place for you to get a glimpse into what's going on and also to directly affect what's going on. We'll do some more directly community driven stuff sometime soon, including some community TTRPG sessions, as well as Peganico just did a fun stream. I might steal the idea where chat suggested horrible ideas for a model for the paint up process, and then she had to do it like dunk it in paint or cover it in glue. It was a fun ride. Might do something like that, print out some throwaway mix. Anyhow, if you have ideas yourself and you found this via the algorithm, toss it down in the comments down below. I'll definitely give them a read. Your idea might become the next fun community-driven stream. Okay. Getting some metallics down. Almost there. I need to go back and get some color on this little bit. But I missed this and left it gray earlier, and it's led me to think, because this is a Canopian backwater low budget mech, I might put in a few panels that are like an off color, maybe some yellows. I think that could be fun. But we're about to hit a point where I think I can shift gears and set the Hunchback off to dry real good. Start putting some work on the Catgirls. As promised. McFrog could try just using a different metallic for some parts since it's such a large scale. It could help break up the color. I like the idea. I've got the I've only got the 2 silvery tones, but I do have some contrast and speed paint colors which stain these up really nicely. It's all being made with the intention to heavily oil wash it later too. So I think that'll add a whole bunch of contrast. And then we'll do the green stripe. I'm thinking a green stripe down like right here. Wait a second. Since we wound up there twice out of the 2 streams I've come to, how about a supper stream? Like cooking? Like cooking with Cam situation? Not gonna lie, that's crossed my mind. I think that I'm definitely going to stream the redo of the intro. So I guess a little my thought process there. So the Country Fried Minis intro for all the videos was one of my models in one of the early videos, one of the first videos. They're actually no longer on the channel because, well, they were not great and weren't worth keeping up. But in that intro, I deep fry one of those models. And though that intro is really fun, it is long. It is quite long for a YouTube intro. It's something like, I think it's 30 seconds long, 25, 30 seconds. And I really need to prune it down to 10 seconds. So I have an idea to turn it into like a 10-second clip and reshoot it with the better camera and with a new model. So along the idea of a supper stream, there could very well be a model deep fry stream coming up sometime in the near future. I need to pick a model that will piss off the most people. I wanna rustle some jimmies with the model that gets fried. So it's got to be something valuable. I'm actually thinking a Gorgos Squadron for Infinity the Game, which is a super rare, out of production model that they go for like, I don't know, $200-300 when they're on eBay. So I'm thinking I paint it up for a piece of content and then deep fry it to piss off all the Infinity folks and make it the new intro that's on every video. Charles Fist, but did the model melt a little? I actually don't know how the model held up, to be honest. It was the original one was a 3D printed model, and it was an extra one, so I just threw it in the trash afterwards. Lionel Johnson, oh man. Oh. Deep frying some kind of 40K model might piss off the right folks. Actually, that sends a statement too for the channel. Though I am a lover of Space Marines and Tau, and 40K was my first game, I am reticent to actually paint and get into GW stuff. I kind of don't really want to. I don't want to get pigeonholed into I paint GW, but I think you're onto something there. Some kind of GW limited edition model might rustle the jimmies the most. Anyhow, at this moment, I've got the metallics on the arms and on the torso. I think I'm done with metallic base coating for now. So I think what I'm gonna do is take about 2 minutes, stand up, stretch just for a moment. I do sit in the chair for long hours, even when I'm not on the stream. And I think we're gonna switch on over to the Catgirls. I just like the fake documentary, like it says on the tin, pointlessness of frying a mini. Yes, like it says on the tin, Country Fried Minis. Oh man, so some kind of deep fried Lionel Johnson with country gravy over top, but the gravy's just made with sprue bits. Okay, yeah, I think it's time to switch back to the Catgirls. Let's array these out. So I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm gonna swig a cup of coffee. I mean, a cup of water. I got my coffee here too, though. Drink a little water, stretch my legs. I'm going to be back in 120 seconds, maybe 150. But I will be right back. Not going away long, but we're going to prepare and paint up these Catgirls. So sit tight And if you're interested, if not, I'll catch you later, and I'll be right back. All right, that was a little faster than I thought it'd be. Let me give an audio test before we get rolling on this. A little faster than I thought it'd be. Latency is very real. Funny that YouTube calls this near real time. It's not. I wish it was, but I do the ultra low latency on the what you call it, the workflow live stream videos. Sorry, that car going by just like reset my brain for a moment there. Maybe a miniature smiling happy Stanley needs deep fry. I don't think that's the outrage we want. Yeah, I think we're going for it needs to be valuable. I think that's the biggest aspect of it. It needs to be. The whistles go woo. Oh, they woo woo. You know all about it. I haven't heard any kind of car whistles anymore. Not in the last few years. But my neighborhood gets a lot of Harleys going by. And I find that a lot of those guys like to rev up as they go by cars intentionally to set off some car alarms. But yeah, whistles go woo. That's Oakland, California, just across the bay. If y'all know about the video, then you know. Okay, so a little bit of the thought process here on these girls. Where am I even at? What am I aiming for? Try to adjust my whole process here. Not in a long time, yeah. You see the mini all painted, go nice and go aw, and the egg, flour, lard, sizzle on a paper towel with crisp ready, all painted. Yeah, it's definitely going to be painted. It's going to be a painstakingly painted video model this time. I think the plan is to do a full piece of content about painting up. I'm really almost sold completely on the Gorgo Squadron. It's going to get a whole video of painting it up, and then I need to film frying it, but also like tease that it's getting fried at the end of the video. And then there's also I don't know, we could do a live stream of it. I think it'd be a real fun live stream. We'll do like I don't know, like a membership giveaway live stream or something. Hang out while I fry a model. Not sure exactly when, but if you want to be appraised of that, you can sign up as a channel member or check us out on Discord, where I'll do my announcements page, see when it comes up. Yeah, we'll do something fun. Some kind of giveaway, some kind of model. Maybe I don't know. It'll be channel memberships or maybe some models, something like that. Another Nate, there's a truck that frequently drives past our house and always honks at our neighbor. He got the ooga ooga horn. Amazing. Love it. Is it the final colors on the guns? Make it metallic black and wood time. No, yeah, they'll get a color on them for sure. I think wood would be lost on these. Honestly. Also gonna try to adapt to where am I actually aiming. Yeah, about right there. Not really sure yet, but the biggest thing, I'm really disappointed with these with this skin. The zenithal makes the Crusader flesh not work, so they all need to be repainted in flesh tone, and I think that's where we're going to start here. We're going to use some of these Vallejo WizKids colors, and I think we'll start with a couple different skin tones on them, create some variety in the girls. We're going to do the we've got Parasite Brown and we've got Heavy Skin Tone, and I think a few of them will also get some of this cadmium skin, and then we'll hit them with a flesh wash. So next up here is going to be these colors, and I think I might need to bring this out some, because I'm about to have to film it as well. Let's see how that framing works. I really need to paint like an X or put a sticker on my setup here to know what I'm aiming at. I think I have a Gorgas squad in the garage. It's a Toha Bio tag. Right, that is correct. And that is a model that people like and love. Do they have fur? Says Char's Fist. The only fur on these models are the tails, I think. Actually, while I'm here, I can see if that framing is all right. Okay, yeah, it looks like I'm going to be painting about right here. They're going to get fur. We're going to go with some orange, some tuxedo tails, and maybe like a gray tabby, some calico. But they all need to be filmed quickly. Quick work. All right, let's bring this thing down. Another shout out or recommendation here for you want to start filming your own stuff for YouTube or for whatever project, stream on Twitch, however you're going about it. Big recommend of this Endurex tripod. Really good stuff. It's small enough to be very self-contained, and just, I straddle it right here at the desk. All right, so we can start doing some skin tone, and that's all going to start out by showing it to the camera. We're going to do a little bit of this here. Vallejo Parasite Brown. All right, a little bit of that. Whoa, that's what's going on with that consistency there. Why is it so thin? maybe I needed to stir it a lot more, shake it a little more. Oh no, it's just a thin color. Weird. It's not a consistency I'm accustomed to with Vallejo. Alright, and we've got 9 girls in total. So I think we're just going to take these 3 that are right here. Parasite orange, yeah, exactly. It is very orange color. It'll look better once I hit it with the flesh wash. The flesh wash has like a real nice red hue to it. But I can't just have all these girls the same skin tone. Gotta have some variation in there. I've seen a recommendation to just use like one base tone and mix little bits of other colors in it, and that way it unifies them. But this should be fine. Yeah, it should be fun. Looks like I'm not quite right on them. See if that's a little better. See if that's a little bit better. How's that framing now? I'm trying to juggle getting it on camera for y'all while also getting it on camera for the phone. But yeah, let's get some skin on these girls. They're showing an awful lot of skin for being a winter guard set. That's fine. Not really sure what kind of setting we're gonna put them in. Actually thinking more grasslandy. Do some grassland, do a little bit of rubble. Might have some cork floating around here. We could do some rubble and grass and little bits of leaves. Any excuse I have to use those birch seeds. It's great. Alright, and then she got hands. Again, I'm working just with my size 3 brush. It's got a nice sharp tip and a fat bottom, so it holds a lot of paint but also can be applied with precision. You still need to can I bring this a little closer? How about we go for a more over-the-top shot? How about that? Wonder if that's any better. Wonder if it'll focus. Not quite. It's still I tell you, it's rough to juggle these two cameras and get them both pointed at the same thing. But hey, it is what it is. I'll do the best I can with both. All right. So we're just doing simple base coats. Not even super worried about doing too thin coats on them, because I think these girls are also going to get some. They might also get a little bit of the oil wash, but just want to get one solid coat. Start basing them up. Might hit them with a single layer of highlight and an ink wash. Not a whole bunch of work. I mean, in the end, these are effectively a base embellishment. Not even the star of the show. It's about the 148 Hunchback. Anyhow, I'm going to do 3 in the Parasite Brown, and then 3 in the Heavy Skin Tone, and 3 in the Cadmium Skin, and then we'll get some nice variation. Can even take it a little further and do, like, if I do 3 different cat colors for the tails and ears, then I'll create even more variation between these models. They're definitely not going to get the love that like a full project for these would be. More of a good enough approach, which of course is a hallmark of the channel. Standard of Country Fried Minis, that good enough is good enough. If you paint your models to good enough standard, well, they'll get finished and they'll be on your table as painted models rather than agonizing over making sure they're exquisite. Not that I'm trying to discourage you from giving models your all. So by all means, do some amazing art. But just get some paint on them, get them on the table. And I think there's something to that. There's something to, like, a whole bunch of models that are done to a good tabletop standard, painted up on the tabletop, is so much better than having a few high quality models in amongst a sea of gray. Okay. Parasite Brown. What kind of skin tone is this? It's like a base for Southeast Asia? The Indian subcontinent? All right. I got that bit filmed, so let's get this out of the way and focus on this girl. A little bit more of the Parasite Brown. Just get them through that ugly stage. Solar salutations, my phone's going off. That's the this Wii Fit trainer from Super Smash Brothers, by the way. It's my notification that keeps popping off during these streams. Again, this is Vallejo's Parasite Brown in the WizKids Learn to Paint Flesh Tones set. Came with like 6 colors. Pretty good value. I think I paid $22 for it or something. I was a little disappointed that they were the small pots, but You know, there's enough in them to get a good amount of models painted. Excuse me. Real simple, quick and dirty, get them done. Man's engine is backfiring. Okay, we got the parasite brown on them. Let's take a second to put, I think, let's pop in these Winter Guard infantry, I think. Was it the Winter Guard? No. Not the Winter Guard. There were another one. These are like the... Oh, what were they called? The elite soldiers in the Imperial Guard? The, Are they just veterans? Veteran squads? I can't remember. But if you want to paint your own Winter Guard, Nyokin, Catgirls, head on over to Cults 3D and get your hands on these here models by The Dark Penguin. $15 will set you up with the STLs. And you can paint it. You print out as many as you want for $15. Just don't try to take them to a GW tournament because they'll kick you out. Anyhow, let's move on forward with the next color at hand. How about we go forward with the heavy skin tone? Yeah, let's do heavy skin tone. So as always, we're going to show it to the camera. We're going to turn it, show off the label, make sure it's good and shook up, and we'll start with some heavy skin tone. Normally I'd recommend thinning this stuff out, but we're more focused in just getting it done. And I think we want to do these three girls in that color. And I'm going to save the ones that show cleavage. I'm going to save the cadmium skin tone for the ones that show cleavage so that they have a really strong contrast. If I don't get them and my daughter finds out, probably be a bad time. That producer has a full line of different Catgirls, like just the regular infantry and the special weapons squads and commissars and others. Let's see, is that not focusing? So for probably like, I don't know, $45, you could effectively have everything you need to play a full guard army with these models, including... What are the walkers called for Imperial Guard? The Sentinels? He's got Sentinels, he's got heavy weapons. That's where this come from, the auto cannon. But yeah, they're there, they're available. I'm actually not a big proponent of Catgirls myself. I tend to be a little overly serious when it comes to my hobbying. Well, to some degree. But I had to do this. It had to happen. It was too perfect. And it's a nod to the community. More so than my own tastes. Alright. See if this is in frame decently. I think it is. Hopefully it stays in focus. I apologize if it's not properly in focus, but that looks all right looking at the feed over here. But yeah, this set here in particular cost 15 bucks and is like 4 or 5 sculpts with 4 different head types. I particularly like this set because it's got the girls with the helmets on, and the helmets have obvious shapes for the ears to sit in, which I thought was super fun. But yeah, we're having to rebase these fleshy bits because the Crusader Flesh speed paint does not work well with the zenithal, or at least a black-white zenithal. I bet if you went with like a brown-white, it'd work really well. Or even a red-white probably would work pretty well. But no, it appears that that color wants to stain white more than anything. It just didn't work with the black. So we're painting over it. And this here heavy skin tone looks like a really nice starting point for skin tone. Kind of liking it. We'll hit it with the flesh wash once it dries. And we'll get these girls all done up. Slowly but surely. Though her name's not Shirley. I don't know, it could be Shirley. Does this look like a Shirley to you? She could be a Shirley. Trent Hallmark, speaking of that, I picked up some gray primer that I'm going to try. White on gray zenithal for my brighter speed paints. Very nice. Another Nate says this is an Alice. Yeah, I agree. This is an Alice. She's got like some kind of braiding going on here. Looks like an Alice. I agree. Trent, I think you'll find that the gray to white zenithal should work really well. Depending on the gray tone you use, depending on what colors you use, like you could have mixed results, but I really think that zenithals can seriously bring out and enhance your speed paint effects. I've mentioned it a few times on the channel and in content that like zenithal primes kind of like hit YouTube really hard, and everybody who's painting is doing a zenithal prime coat. Excuse me. And if you're not painting with translucent paints, if you're painting with just like traditional layering and opaque colors, you're wasting your time on a zenithal coat. But if you are using speed paint, you can really enhance them. I did my Samus. She is, let's see if she's showing up on the camera. She is a zenithal, but in silver. And this is just speed paints over top. Did a little bit of edge highlighting up towards the top here, but not much. But yeah, you can get a lot of heavy lifting with speed paint over zenithal. Works really well. And if you ain't seen that Samus paint up, check it out in my backlog. That was a fun video. Definitely underperformed, unfortunately. People couldn't care less, but it's fine. It's there for posterity. It exists. A good paint up in it. Yeah, I had used white on black with Army Painter Speed Paint purple, and it just disappeared on the black. Okay, that same thing basically happened with me on this here, Crusader Flesh, and that's why we're repainting. And yeah, you know what? Let's see if I can just pull this up. I'll link the Samus video in the chat for folks that don't know, or folks that are finding this through the algorithm and following along in the chat. Got a paint up of this here Samus. It's a bit of a long video, so if you want some long form content from here at Country Fried Minis, you want you a nice half-hour paint through. We're going to put the Samus video in the chat. 37-minute runtime. It was fun. It just it was an experiment with the. That might have been the first time I busted out the Vallejo model color, Vallejo metal color airbrush colors. They sprayed on smoothly, and then the speed paints did a wonderful job of tinting it. It's actually one of my favorite ways of getting good metallic, like colored metallics now. Paint you a good coat of a solid metallic and hit them with that speed paint. Say good. Definitely will. Watching while working tomorrow. Painting vids are always good balance. You know, I think there's something to certain forms of painting videos. Personally, I struggle with I'll watch a painting video and I get real into it and want to watch the techniques, and they turn out to be not great content to consume while painting. But I've been finding more and more that these like long form paint stream videos are great because it's slow. It's the type of content you can just like look up at it every now and then and you're not missing much. And I guess some folks tend to agree. I've been very, very humbly, very humbled by folks coming in to see what's going on here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0, which is where I paint. Because, you know, I got that little wood, that sign that says Bullshit Corner. But yeah, definitely expect more paint streams to come. They are fun time. And I mean, honestly, I'm doing this anyways, regardless of streaming it or recording it. I'm here. This is part of the work. It's happening. So why not turn it into extra content? Okay, that's 2 of 3 of the heavy flesh. Trent says, yeah, the reason I like to watch painting vids while working is I do computer programming. I'm not watching them while painting myself, so I don't have to try and actively understand the techniques. I dig it. It seems like the kind of work that might even help to provide a needed distraction during solution finding as well. I could imagine from time to time you have a problem and you get hyper focused on it and just like can't find where the issue is. So to have like, I don't know, a subcurrent of something else going on in your mind could help. You get that whole eureka thing. At least it's my thinking on it. I very nearly ended up being a programmer back when I graduated high school, took a few classes. Of course, that was 2005. And I very quickly discovered that I hated math and I did not want to do it. Another day, and we can entertain you for a change here on these streams. You're damn right. I am so grateful for y'all's presence. This is so much fun. It adds such another layer of enjoyment to the painting. And actually, full disclosure, I hate painting. I hate the process of painting. I think it's boring. It hurts my back. It's tedious. It hurts my eyes. But there's just something so good about getting it through this portion and then slapping it down on the table for your friends or for whoever showed up at the FLGS that day. And that satisfaction at the end makes going through this crap worth it. And honestly, that's kind of where the whole be happy while you're painting came from. Like it takes mental effort for me to be happy while I'm painting. And as I've mentioned a few times now on these streams, that y'all being here and contributing in the chat and keeping my mind off the tedium definitely makes me happy while I'm painting. So it's well appreciated. I can see where folks do there's some value in the hobby days that people do. I think my local game store does a hobby night where people show up and paint together and just, I don't know, maybe like the group suffering of doing this part makes it better. Gets people more into it. Okay, so we have now done 3 of the girls in Parasite Brown and 3 of the girls in Heavy Skin Tone. And now we're going to do 3 of them in this super, super bright cadmium skin tone, which is going to look like neon bright at first, but we'll bring it down with the flesh wash. So let's get back up the camera and do it again. Phone has a notification for me. What's going on here? Let's get rid of that and that and that. Just a whole bunch of stuff going on the Discord. Folks is chatting over in the Hobby Corner and the Battletech channels over at the Country Fried Minis Discord channel. Okay, so we got out the thing once again. We show off the paint to the camera. We make sure it's good and shook up. And we're going to put out a little bit of this cadmium skin tone, which is just wildly bright. I'm going to add 1 drop of water to it. Give it a stir. Try not to hit the other colors on the palette. And just a whole bunch of rinsing and repeating at this point. Now we're going to do the cadmium skin tone on these girls, these last few girls. And it should be the case that I have enough models that those first 3 will be dry by the time I'm done painting these 3 layers. And I should be able to go over to them and hit them with the flesh wash. And we'll move on to another color. By working on multiples at the same time, we're able to like keep the content going. I found that during the A Few Good Mechs paint stream with the 3 Clantech mechs that I ended up running into having to sit and watch and wait on paint to dry. So I guess there's like a critical mass if you have like 5 or 6 models, you should have enough that you can kind of go down the line and constantly be putting paint on them. And what's going on here? There's these, I don't know if y'all can see it, but there's like it's like a connection point right here on this model, and I'm not really sure what that's for. I guess it's probably for her gun, but I didn't see any guns in the 3D print folder. So what I think I might do is glue on one of these extra mags for the autocannon on either of them, and we'll cover over that spot. So the layout of these models is kind of like at the very front of the pack is going to be this autocannon set up with the loader. The Hunchback is kind of stepping around it, and then there'll be the other 6 girls kind of running around its legs. Application method makes a difference too. Airbrush dries so fast. Yeah, you're not wrong. And I was very pleasantly surprised to find out that the airbrush, the sound of my airbrush doesn't really get picked up on the mic. So luckily I can do airbrush on the streams. And even like I'm able to talk through the respirator, which was wild. I fully expected to just be completely unintelligible, which would kind of be funny anyways. Yeah. So tedium. Painting tedium. I think it's kind of a beautiful thing too, speaking of that, to hate painting, like the painting process itself so much, while also recording content about the painting and telling people to be happy while they're painting. Might be a little hypocritical there. Just a little bit. Okay. This cadmium skin tone is really bad at covering over black, that's for sure. Might have to do the 2 thin coats on this one instead of just 1 solid. Okay. Nope. I keep saying okay, but it's not actually done. Let's do that. And of course, this will all come down with the wash here in a bit. All right. Who's next? This girl with the open jacket. Do a nice pale skin tone on the ones with cleavage so that the contrast is easy to see from a distance. Naturally. I know who I'm painting these models for. I've got one of those all-in-one compressor brushes. The paint spray is louder than the motor. Nice. That's really good to know. I saw the... Was it Ninjon? I think it was a Ninjon video where he was painting with that and checked it out. And it looked like a good thing to pick up. I've got a no-name brand, just like standard compressor. And then I picked up a pair of Badger Arrow brushes from USA Paint Airbrush Supply, I think is the name of the place. they had a sale for half off, so I got a pair of them for like, I think I paid $105, and they've been really good. Though to be honest, I got a lot of mileage out of my master airbrush way back when I first started with the airbrush. I think it's like a $20 Amazon special. Works just fine. It did eventually completely fail on me, and now I use the Badger brand ones, which were definitely pricey comparatively. It's really cheap, actually, when you think about paying $50 for a Badger product. It was a steal, practically. All right, so again, a reminder that these Catgirls are kind of they're base embellishments for a bigger model. They don't have to be perfect. They're not gonna be perfect. Let's save as much time as possible. I say that, and I'm like, you know, still probably gonna spend several hours on them. But what are you gonna do? Okay. I just realized I've been off the frame with all of this, so my apologies. It is quite difficult to paint and film. It's bad enough on the phone here that like when I'm filming to make sure to glance and ensure that I'm on the in frame, but then, you know, I'm looking at a computer monitor here with some hella latency. Another Nate, yeah, I've got an Iwata I'm afraid to even open up because I'm sure I'll mess it up. I had a year already. I think you should crack that bad boy open and give it a try. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to screw it up? And even then, you can pull it apart and give it a good clean. It could change your painting game. Although I am a believer that you kind of get diminishing returns on the like cost to improvement ratio on airbrushes. I don't think a $300 airbrush is 10 times better than a $30 one. But it probably is 2 or 3 times better. Just like smoother action, better tolerances. Yeah, stuff like that. Okay. So, now we're going to put some cadmium flesh on this ridiculous model. This one's definitely absurd. I mean, come on now. Absolutely ridiculous. Comically oversized chest on this model. So naturally, I'm going to emphasize it even more by going super pale flesh and a nice wash to contrast with the brown outfit. I'd originally toyed with the idea of doing the Hunchback is kind of busted, and then this is the pilot having ejected from it, and then pivoted because I saw all the all the fun models made available by The Dark Penguin, and I felt obliged to toss some support to this creator. That's part of it, but I also don't have a paint booth in my garage yet. That's fair. I think it's important to have it, at least some, some kind of overspray protection, and then like, so I just have a little enclosure that I spray in, but it doesn't have a filter, so I'm finding that everything in the paint corner gets a little bit of dusty residue built up on it. So you're onto something there. You might just need a... Heck, you could even just run a box fan with a... What's the... like a HVAC filter screen on it? I think that would work. Trent says, she's a magistry of Canopus girls. They know how to make themselves stand out. Yeah. He stands out all right. Very large-breasted amputee cat girl. I might give her a weird color on the tail as well. Or a unique color, at least, compared to the others. Okay, so... have a base coat on these girls. I think they may need a second coat with this cadmium flesh because it doesn't cover the black very well. So let's just hit that again. Real rough. Charles Fist, I can't figure out how to airbrush inside a small apartment without making my kids sick. Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, that's a tough one. You might need a really powerful spray booth. You could potentially get away with sucking up all the dust with a an HVAC duct booster. They move like hundreds of cubic feet per minute of air. Really powerful stuff. Probably pick one up, an 8-inch duct fan for like, I want to say $20 on Amazon. Years ago, before I was straight edge, I was a bit of a pot smoker, and I would grow it here, and I used a single 8-inch duct booster fan in the grow tent, and it was enough to like keep all the air recycled and keep the plants cooled and also pull off all the smell through a filter. So I bet a duct booster might be powerful enough to spray in your apartment. Another Nate, I've got a box fan with a Pernus filter right behind me. I don't have a surface to something on though. I don't know why the chat, a surface to work on though. Okay. The chat puts the little heart symbol right on top of some of the text in the corner. Emery says the clans can grow back limbs good enough for military use. Inch varies. Hans Stavian probably gets top of the line regrowth, but that freelance Vindicator pilot might not get such great leg. Yeah, and you know, in this case, I kind of imagine that because Magistracy of Canopus has like some of the best medical care there is. I like to imagine that this lady chose to go with her metal blade legs as a statement, as an aesthetic statement. She chose to have them legs. She knows what crowd she's appealing to. There is a certain subsection of people who are Battletech enthusiasts, Catgirl enthusiasts, and fetishize amputees. And if you're out there This model is specifically aimed at you. Man, The Expanse is a similar tech, and very few of the scenes shown it off are very metal. And a few of the scenes shown it off are very metal. The Expanse. I have not seen any of that. I'll try to get this back in frame. Alright, so the cadmium flesh we've determined requires 2 thin coats. And honestly, I should probably be doing 2 thin coats on all of these anyways. But I'm also trying to save time on what amounts to, you know, base embellishments. I'm adding Catgirls, yes, but the star of the show is this 1/48 scale Hunchback model. And for those of you don't know, it's 6.66 times the size of the 6mm scale. Charles Fizz, love that tink tink. Another Nate. It's raining. Wait, raining where you're at, or something with my stream? Could use some rain here in SF, cool it off some. Of course, I complain about 80 degrees. Expanse have gravity problems. Marshall S want to take over Earth, but they need to wear suits not to have their joints come apart over time. Meanwhile, betters can't deal with Mars pull. Martians. Oh, autocorrect demon did. Another Nate says, yeah, here. Well, I hope that the rain is keeping it nice and cool, and you're not cooking in the heat. It's been very hot as of late. Everywhere, I'm assuming, or at least everywhere in the US, I should say. Saw some of my buddies back east posting the heat index in our like friends chat, and looks miserable. I think I complain about 80 degrees here. But again, like I said earlier, 80 degrees is rough when you don't have any AC at all. It's been hot. It's been hotter and hotter every year in San Francisco. Keep getting off frame as well. Alright, so we got 2 layers of cadmium flesh on these girls. And I think that means, I think there's enough time to hit all of these with a flesh wash. Left out some skin there. Let's go back to this bit of thigh right here and put in that heavy skin tone. Should be that there should be enough models that I can hit each with a flesh wash and just like go down the line. All right, there we go. Let's get back to the filming. So again, this tripod is really good for, it's small enough to straddle it while in the seat. And that has just turned into the way to film. More stuff popping off in the Discord over there. Love it. You love to see it. Okay. what is the next color? Next color is going to be this crazy red flesh wash. So we show it to the camera, twist it around again, and then put some on the wet palette. I think maybe 8 drops should do it. We'll go down the line. Start with this, back on this girl with her parasite brown, and make sure to drop it on camera and just hit it with a flesh wash. So it's going to add a little bit of the that red liveliness. The skin color reminds me of that that Catgirl character from Tenchi Muyo. She had very like mid-brown tone skin. Can't remember her name. It's been ages ago though. Alright, flesh wash, flesh wash. Let's give this flesh a little bit of red. It's too dark there. Okay, there's one. And another. Flesh wash. That little bit of like red shade, red brown, adds so much to skin tone. Turns them from like, you know, just browns to a color that you could believe has blood flowing underneath it. Then we'll go back and just like do the same colors with a little bit of the not cadmium skin, but we'll do like a drop of pale flesh put back into them, and then it should work to brighten up all the colors and then also kind of unify them all, since they'll all be, the highlight colors will all be made with the same tone. But for now it's just rough, real quick, blobby. Coloration of flesh wash. Might have to switch back to the mech too while the wash dries. I'm thinking about it. Okay. In Texas, you can get acclimatized to up to 94 degrees, but you run AC at 68. Then in winter, you get acclimatized to 35, but you keep the heater at 85. The spring gives you 88, and it beats you up again. Yeah. Tennessee's not too dissimilar, actually. Another Nate says, Ryo Oki, who you were thinking about? Never watched Tenchi myself. I think so. That sounds right. Of course, I haven't seen that since it was on Adult Swim years ago. Never really watched a bunch of anime, honestly. I saw the big ones, right? Like Akira and the Miyazaki films. I didn't have time to watch things. I just had too many video games to play. The seasons are summer, summer 2, and fall. You know, it's funny you say that because I've been lamenting that it just feels like summer 365 days a year anymore in SF. Although, you know, summer compared to Texas summer, I don't really think I have a right to complain. Charles Fist, is this going to be a big diorama? This is indeed going to be a pretty big... I guess it's less of a diorama and more of a vignette, since it's all on a base. It's over there across the room, but I got a 12-inch wooden hexagon to put it on. So it's going to look like a proper BattleTech model at this scale, which will be super fun. Okay, flesh wash everywhere. Not everywhere, just on the flesh. A little bit here, a little bit there. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty big model in the end. I think from point to point on the hexagon, it's like 14 inches across. And then it's like 11.5 inches from flat edge to flat edges. And I'm still thinking we might do something with it. I don't know if I'll do could do a giveaway, or maybe put it up for auction. I haven't really decided yet. Leaning more towards giveaway, because I already ask community members enough for money, for support via channel membership, or sometime soon via the Patreon, which there is a Patreon, but I'm not really gonna push it until we hit 1,000 folks. But in the meantime, if you'd like to support what we do here on the channel, consider becoming a channel membership. You get a channel member, you get access to some a badge by your name when you're commenting in the streams, as well as some biscuit-based emojis in the chat. And I know I mention that constantly, but for as low as 99 cents a month, you could join up in the ranks of the biscuits and support the channel, support what I do here, and directly pay for paints and resins and to keep things rolling. Anyhow, that's enough begging for your money for now, because really the most important thing you could do to provide support for the content is to watch it. Just being here not only provides support to the channel by showing the algorithm that you want to see this, but also helps me to stay focused, and here in the corner, stay focused. Alright, flesh wash. Lots of flesh wash. Stuff does really, really wonderful work. I painted my Octavia Grimsdaughter model using the cadmium flesh and the flesh wash. She turned out really nice. She'll be getting a full video sometime soon as well. Really fun model. We should build some pyramids in Feelin and put solar satellite Wi-Fi towers on top. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't make a big Tex on the Arlington Fairgrounds that won't catch fire. Not yet, anyways. Yeah, well, you know, it's that whole global warming thing that they've I mean, they've been warning us for a long while about it. I remember the discussions of the need to make a difference and curb global climate issues back in... When did they push Earth Day? I want to say elementary school for me. And as I've said before, I am as old as the dirt itself. I wish I could thumbs up some of the comments. Yeah, that is interesting that it doesn't let you do that. You can do it in. You can do that in the in like the YouTube comments under the videos, right? But not in the live chats. Okay. We're almost done with the flesh washes here, so in just a moment we'll be moving on to something else. Looks like I got a little bit on a boot there. But, excuse me, I keep burping up my coffee into the mic, and that's rude. Alright. Girls are flesh washed. Are the first ones dry enough to paint on? Surprisingly, yes. Surprisingly, yes. Okay. So, let's line these up in order to be used. There we go. Earth Day's been around since the late 80s, co-opted Arbor Day. Sounds right. Sounds right. Of course, did any of us listen? No. I still drive a car. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lights running right now. Shit. Dropping stuff. Do I try to reduce my impact on the environment? No. Is it my problem? No. It's this is a discussion point that's come up several times for me. The whole like it's good to get people aware of their personal impact, but you know, one individual isn't making the impact on a societal level like, you know, corporate interests. I remember when we head into an ice age, we're almost out of oil. We're about to not be able to feed ourselves, except we learned Esperanto and the metrics. Yes. Well, preaching it to a ton of grade schoolers doesn't mean a lot when massive corporate conglomerations generate 98% of the world's pollution. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So, I guess I'll say what I usually say to folks regarding this. I think thinking about these societally or existential threats to existence, just to remember, you know, take some time and enjoy the ride. Have some fun. Paint some models. Watch some YouTube. Eat you that extra slice of pizza. Enjoy that extra piece of cake. Take you a walk in nature. Whatever makes you happy. That's what's most important. I'm a bit soured on the whole panic industry. We were recycling and they were throwing away both piles. We separated anyway. Yeah, I actually saw something about that. In my California geography class, we did a module about the recycling efforts and the impacts, and how, like, you know, tossing your pizza box in the recycling, it's just going to get thrown away anyways because it's got like food waste on it. I said I'm going to eat more beef ribs unless someone stops me. And sort of British mind Tennessee Tupin. Yeah. Okay, so now we've taken out and mixed in just a tiny bit of pale flesh into the colors, and I think this is a little too bright. So we're just gonna quickly mix saliva in with the paint, which, you know, some people might find as gross, but I'm a brush licker. I'll admit it. And I think this is a fail. This is a hard fail here. That is too bright to maintain this skin tone. So we're gonna have to try something different with the Parasite Brown, which means we'll reshoot that. It all comes down to our own pale Conan invitation. Yeah, that's funny. What color am I going to use to thin this out to make the Parasite Brown lighter without completely wrecking it? I think what I'm going to have to do here is just put some of it out and then use a little bit of this color and make it not quite as impactful. There we go. And then what I'll do, saliva is 99% water. Yeah, some people think it's gross, but licking your brush, you know, it, especially when you're like quickly switching colors and whatnot, it's rapidly removes the paint that's on the brush still, moistens it to the correct degree, and also reshapes the tip instantly. It's a real technique, and you're not going to stop me from eating my delicious paint. I mean, using my mouth to shape the paintbrush. I don't actually think it's delicious, but it's actually kind of heinous, but it is what it is. Chat autocorrects makes it hard to talk shit. Your autocorrect hates you, Emery. It's a constant battle. Okay, so from here we're just taking our Parasite Brown with a tiny bit of the Parasite Brown with a touch of pale flesh mixed into it, and we're coating over spots that make sense. You know, where light would hit it, where we want to develop a little bit of shadow, but keeping it rough, keeping it dark in places. It doesn't need to be perfect. These are base embellishments after all, so good enough is the focus here. So like here, we're just gonna like put some streaks that hit the fingers. A little bit on the back of the hand. A little bit on the thumb. It's good enough. They don't need to be perfect. I'm not painting this to win no competitions. And really, in the end, it's going to be shown as a video that spends maybe a minute total looking at this model up close. They don't need to be perfect. They just need to sell the idea to the viewer. Good enough is good enough. It's a hallmark of the channel. Alright. Let's see if I can't thread the needle here and get a little bit of the lighter color on her face. A little bit of chin, a little bit of lip showing. She's got like a headset on. That's enough. That's all it needs. Alright. Set you off to the side. I think it might be time to do a smaller brush now that I'm thinking about it. So let's get out this Let's try this 3.0 brush from the Princeton Art and Brush Co. Real Value set. Let's pop this boy off. Oh my god, I'm struggling. Hang these back up. Hang this back up. I'm recording this whole time. Alright, so I'm gonna show this to the camera. And then we're gonna pop out the next model. Try to make sure it's in both focus for y'all and the camera. And we're gonna put in a little bit of the new color. I'm just putting some down, concentrating it towards the top and feathering it down in quick little strokes. And because it's thinned, it'll create a little bit of blending automatically. Real rough, doesn't need to be perfect, just to sell the effect. Concentrating top of the thigh down this section of flesh, and then we'll do the top of the knee, and we'll do the side of the lower leg. And again, like I'm thinking about the light coming straight down right there, so we can leave that stuff that's going to be on the underside here, leave that all in shadow. Nobody's going to be picking up this giant model to inspect the paint job on the little Catgirls. It's not the important part. We're not doing a night shift style diorama with, 4 weeks of work in it. I'm trying to paint this thing in 4 sessions and get it done into a good enough is good enough standard. A little bit of coloration on that butt cheek. I'm going to do the same with the hands. Grab a new color, just a streak up the finger. Streak up the next finger, and the next finger, and the next finger. Okay. This side as well. And really, this is still very doable with that 3-sized brush, but I'm gonna be putting some detail on the faces, so better to go ahead and switch the small brush now. All right, back of the hand and the fingers. There we go. I think 1 layer of flesh shading should be enough, honestly. Should be fine and dandy. Let's see if we can't thread the needle here. And get a little bit on cheekbone and chin, lips and nose. That's it. Just a little bit of contrast. Good enough. All right, who's next? This running girl. So again, we're going to focus top of the knee and thigh. Same deal. Kind of feathering it down, top down. Gonna wrap this one a little more towards her butt. And then top of the calf muscle there. Top of the side of the calf muscle. And then we still have like that dark tone inside of there, and that's fine. I would pick it up just to steal your technique, also to be contrary. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh my god. I want to drop it another half dozen times. Well, folks might get the chance to pick it up. Literally. I'm definitely leaning towards getting rid of it once it's done. Whether or not I try to be greedy and make some money on it, or give it away to a viewer at random, remains to be seen. But just like with the other big Battletech projects, they take up a lot of space in my limited space. I live in a studio apartment, so it's like 200 something square feet. I live in a very small apartment. Don't have a lot of space to hold on to stuff like this. So I guess what I'm getting at is, when this is all said and done, you may very well end up with a chance to pick it up. Literally. We'll see though. I'll make an announcement about it on the community page or during the video, something like that. Alright. 10 minutes of footage on this Parasite Brown skin. And she has a lot of face showing. So we need to take a little more time here. Let's start with the forehead and the cheek. And then little nose. And chin. Lips. Oh, can I thread this here? This is hard to reach. Very hard angle to hit. There we go.
Salute the sun.
Damn, who is blowing me up? It is spam mail. You could fry it. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Just fry this thing? Jeez. Need to get a turkey fryer or something for that. That would be pretty funny. Excuse me. But I don't think I can get I don't think I can get away with that one, Emery. I could, but I can't. Like, it's within the realm of possibility. But woefully improbable. God, that would be good though. Just like the very end of the video, hit it with drop it into a turkey fryer and it just goes everywhere. Oh, so good. Yeah, I lived in about 50 square feet for 5 years as an OTR truck driver, coming home to my 3-bedroom house with shock. That's insane. I consider doing truck driving. Actually, I love to drive long distance. Get a tamale pot, lobster boiler, and do the deep fried turkey thing with it. I'd have to, like, if I was back east, I would definitely set it up outside and create a turkey fryer catastrophe and make sure to create a small scale controlled disaster. Maybe a small a small contained brush fire from doing it. That would be pretty damn funny. And honestly, the type of content that Country Fried Minis is all about. All right, next up. Who's next? We're doing the pale flesh mixed into the... What is this? This is heavy skin tone. All right, so same deal. We're going to show this paint to the camera, turn it down, And then just the tiniest little drop, maybe on camera even. Tiniest little drop. That was a giant drop. Drop of water. And I bet that's going to end up being too bright. I put so much in it. It's too bright. It's too bright. I screwed up. That giant drop come out. It was too much. Alright, so now comes in a little movie magic where we pretend we got that right the first time. And then just mix some up on the side off camera. So, dude says Millennial Model Mayhem. Welcome once again. We're back at it. Back at it working on these Catgirls. We've corrected the bad flesh on the legs where I was very unhappy with the skin. The Crusader flesh didn't work. So we're slowly correcting them and making some progress. Hoping to finish these girls up tonight as well as the big mech. Battle Bounce, this was happening, Captain. Welcome, welcome. We're getting a little work done on... Well, I've moved the cameras. So it's kind of hard to see. But working on the big boy tonight. Is that even showing up? The latency so long. Yeah, we're going to get this 1/48 scale Hunchback out with her Catgirl accoutrements, base embellishments for a video very soon. Sometime this week, hopefully. It largely depends on when that upcoming Hunchback project comes out by a very big channel that is not me and I'm not affiliated with. Working on touch-ups for HeroQuest Mini, the Dread Sorcerer. Sick. I have HeroQuest OG in the closet, and I have been meaning to turn that into content, but I almost feel sacrilegious changing them from their original Milton Bradley colors. But anyhow, welcome. To everybody, if y'all don't know about these two fine gentlemen who have showed up, check out Millennial Model Mayhem over here on YouTube for some fantastic Gundam handcrafted Gundam conversions, hand painted, really good content. If you want to catch some, how would I describe your content? Variety show stuff involving BattleTech. Stuff on the road, battle reports with people, unboxings, everything in between. Go check out Battlebound, both fantastic channels, highly recommended, and both Country Fried Minis approved. Just got the new AH set. The minis are great. Avalon Hill, okay. I saw that there was a reissue, but I haven't encountered the models myself. I actually picked up HeroQuest to play it with my dad on vacation. We never got the chance to do it, but the first models that myself and my younger brother ever painted, my dad busted out his HeroQuest and taught us how to dry brush. It was awesome, and it cemented a long history of painting minis. So, for years and years and years and years and years and many, many years. Anyhow, we're working on some flesh layering right now on these Canopian Catgirl infantry. They're just very rough. Not going to spend a lot of time on each one because they're all effectively base decorations for the big Hunchback. These are in 1/48 scale as well. They got scaled up like 50%. Appreciate you. Big boy and cats are looking good. Yeah, it's going to be so fun when they're all together. we'll release a bit of content, and I've been saying I might turn it into, we're either going to auction it or do a giveaway at the end, I think, as well. Battlebound, we've been playing weekly games with some friends. It's been one of the best tabletop pen and paper fantasy gaming experiences I've ever had. Oh, that's right. HeroQuest is like a quasi simplified D&D experience, right? Like you're leveling up in between scenarios, buying equipment and whatnot. Looks super fun to me. I wonder how true to the original the current set is. It's hack and slash. Yeah. Definitely enjoy that. Oh wow, if you could get a pristine Space Crusade set or Attack on Citadel or Black Tower and fry that, there would be some outrage from board game collectors. Dude, I think you're right. I think you're right. Oh man, do I fry my HeroQuest set? That's almost like some black magic crap right there. Do I sacrifice HeroQuest to the paint gods for the sake of the channel? Yeah, we were talking about the old HeroQuest had minis that were very much the style of Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah. Maybe fry a 1/6 toy of the 4th Doctor. Yeah, we're talking about the intro to the videos is a little long for YouTube. It's like 30 seconds, which is just like, I see in the analytics I'm losing people during it. So I really need to get that length down to like a 10-second intro, I think. Sounds about right. So we're going to do a new fry sequence at some point soon. And I want to fry something up that will rustle jimmies. I want people to be mad that I destroy a model. Cut the intro a long time ago. I had the same issue as you, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see it, but the fried sequence, the mini frying sequence, is kind of it's kind of what, you know, sells that it's a Country Fried Minis creation. So I have listened to the song, and I can definitely cut it down to 10 seconds. And I think a 10-second intro will work. That's similar to the length of like Ninjon's intro. Works for branding. But I need to fry something that'll piss people off. And I'm leaning towards currently the Gorgo Squadron from Infinity. It's an out of production. It's a sought after, basically a collectible at this point. They go for like $200-300 on eBay when they show up, and I'm thinking I'll paint it up and do a full video on painting up the cool model, and then deep fry it, and it'll be deep fried as a fully painted, effort-filled production made to rustle jimmies. Be a Spice Marine. What's a... If it was a Space Marine, it'd have to be like something that's like sought after. Some kind of like... Maybe a Games Day model. Plus, there's a certain amount of like... When I finally do paint up some Games Workshop stuff, which I will, I don't want it to be common things that other folks do. I'm thinking like, I have Lost Patrol, the board game that comes with the Scouts and the Gene Stealers. I thought that might be a fun paint up. I don't want to be a Warhammer channel. Games Workshop has lost a lot of respect from me as a years-long veteran of playing with their products. They do too much stuff from a purely capitalistic bent that is very disrespectful to the community. They used to care about the community. Now they just want your money. That's hard to see. The new frying sequence sounds great, though. Yeah, I think it'll be super fun. They're currently saying the first 15 seconds of video is the new thumbnail. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I had a buddy who recommended that I do the first thing that shows up in a video should maybe even be a teaser as to what is in the content. So I think that's probably going to be a standard going forward, doing like the turntable shot or like a partial turntable shot that doesn't really show off the whole deal. Like that painting for commission, I used a close-up shot of putting the cockpit details on one model, then cue intro, then cue the frying and the long talking head bit. And I know it hurts the analytics to keep it in there, but it's kind of like it's what flavors my show, you know? Paint a little goblin from a game called Cine Tempori a while back for a friend as a lark. It was fun as heck to paint. Yeah. Dude, sometimes it's really nice to get out of the Battletech and paint some other stuff. Of course, you know, I paint Battletech because the first success on this channel was that building a Battletech Lance Part 1, and then the big urban mech were very successful, so it's mostly a Battletech channel with some other stuff now. Trent, so just wish they could make a game worth a damn. It feels like they don't have any project manager that has any idea what's going on. Oh yeah, it's, you know, it's money. That's all that matters when you get to a certain size. I've got very similar feeling about GW. There's at least there's more competition now. Yeah, that is really good to see. I recall, you know, circa 2001 through 2004, GW was really like, you know, encourage you to convert stuff and be creative, and now they'll kick you out of tournaments because you don't have like the modern versions of stuff or whatnot, or you did one converted bit. It's outrageous. That, and you know, Primaris Marines are an absolute affront to anybody who's been playing Space Marines since 2002. They shouldn't exist. And how dare they try to extricate more money from me. I wish I could fry Jimi Hendrix's Left Hand Strung Stray or Fudgy the Whale Ice Cream Cake, Stratus and Stratocaster. Probably one of those singing bass things from the 90s. Oh man, you know, I think if you're getting down that this course, you're looking at is there a whole channel in frying stuff at this point? Frying weird things? I bet it'd work. If someone out there's not already doing it. I just remember some commenter on one of my videos had mentioned how upsetting it was that I fried a model, and that is good. That's what I want. I want Jimmy's to be rustled. Will it deep fried? Yes. Yes, it will. So yeah, it's still up in the air about what gets fried on the next one, but it's got to be something valuable. It's got to be something that someone needs to be offended that I would fry it. Or offensed. Incensed, maybe is the word. Yeah, it's gotta rustle some jimmies, and then it's gotta be good enough to warrant doing like a full paint up video. Like it needs its own 20-minute piece of content, and be a fully finished, realized project before it gets breaded and deep fried. Which will be awesome. Okay. So maybe a limited edition Games Workshop thing. It'd have been good if I'd picked up the what was that model everyone was so upset about that come out? It's like a Catachin Sergeant that was limited edition and really expensive. That'd be a good one. Yeah, the Blend Tech Paradigm. Don't breathe this. Will It Blend was a thing, and they're still shoving stuff to their chuffers. Want a Battle Droids Marauder to fry. Oh my god. I was just thinking like a Marauder would be a good one to toss in there. That would probably piss people off. I at least one person would unsub after seeing that. And I would love it. I would be thrilled. Oh, Battle Droids Marauder. Good lord. That would do it. Alright, let's see. Let's see if anyone's got a Battle Droids Marauder listed right now. Let's check. Let's check the going rate on eBay for one of them. What's the best way to look it up? Probably unseen Marauder Battletech. Let's give it a peek. I'd pull it up on the live screen, but I don't have the setup to do that on this one, unfortunately. Okay. I could pick up a Blue Blister Ralpartha Marauder for $90. I mean, $90 for a piece of history that would turn into not only a video but also a new segment. Super reasonable. I might do that. I might very well do that. Maybe an unseen Ralpartha Mini, but the twist is you don't want to hurt the collectible value, so you bread and fry it still in the blister. Amazing. Oh gosh, don't get one on card, get a loose one. I would love to, you know, if I'm going there, the video would have to be the blue card one. And then the whole video of taking it out of the blister and painting it up, and then the video itself wouldn't allude to me destroying it, but at the very end, in the like last 20 seconds where I do the outro, would definitely be me setting up in the kitchen and frying it. Oh, this might happen. This may very well happen. How about a vintage Darth Vader? You refurbish it first? Yes. Battle Droid Cestus Vulcan. I only say that because a copy on card will always be more expensive. Yeah. And I think this might happen. This may very well be what's happening. If I do the Marauder, it's got to be the blue card one. And even that, like, I think even a video of painting the Marauder and ripping it haphazardly off of the blue card would be fine. Orange card, Ancient of Days. I expect to be blamed for this. I you know, if that price holds true, $90, I mean, that sounds like a business expense to me. I kind of love this idea. And we'll do a live stream of frying it, and we'll talk fried foods and a recipe share. Maybe do a giveaway. I like this idea. Thank y'all so much for these ideas. This is good stuff. As in, if I'm not blamed, I'll be very confused. Oh, yes. Yes, it will be good. I kind of like this idea. I think completely killing and destroying a unseen marauder may very well irritate more people than the Gorgos. Just because the BattleTech community is so much bigger than the Infinity community. But it's the same kind of spirit either way. Yeah. This is going to be fun. I'll be thinking about it in the very near future. See a new fry up. And the beauty is, only those folks who have caught this discussion, whether you're here live or you catch this video via the algorithm, will know of the plans to destroy something collectible here on the channel sometime very soon. So if you have found this video via the algorithm, let me know in the comments down below if you think there's any kind of model that would deserve a fry up to be the new intro on every Country Fried Minis intro. Do you know the difference between an unseen marauder and a Battle Droids marauder? Just holler at me on Discord if you decide you'd want to know. Yes. Yes. I'll be in touch very soon. I think we could still I think we have a fun project we could do sometime soon. That planned and now canned second half to the Tukiyat video. Y'all don't know, myself and Battlebound have done a collaborative video for the Tukiyat Day. If you ain't seen it, check it out. Go check it out on Battlebound and give him a sub while you're over there. Check out the cool content between after action reports, live game coverage, and unboxing. There's all kinds of stuff to be had over there. Man, it's gonna be good. Gonna be damn good. I'm looking forward to it. Once again, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to mention to folks who ain't already in it or are finding this via the algorithm, if you would like to get in on the shenanigans, put input into future Country Fried Mini stuff, feel free to check out our server over on Discord, which I'm linking in the chat right now. Come on over. Tell us what you got to say. Show us your models. We'd love to see it. Definitely the most direct way to get in touch if you have any input for the channel or future content, shoot me a message. Don't be shy. I'll say howdy. And we have biscuit-based emojis. Anyhow, where are we at now? Getting a little bit of highlighting on these. What was the tone? The heavy skin tone base gals. And I've mixed a bit of pale flesh into this tone. Getting some highlight layers. Just real simple highlights. Nothing fancy. I think I've already done that part. I'm going to put some on the face now. Chin, lips, cheek, and nose. A little bit on that too. Excuse me. There we go. All right, those gals have color on them. So, almost on to the last set of 3. So we're going to film this once more. And these ones have the cadmium flesh. So I think pale flesh should still highlight them up. Because we've got our cadmium flesh here. And then this one is the pale flesh. And I think it should work. Especially because we're highlighting back over areas that have flesh wash on them. So once again, we show the camera this, turn it down, try to get a single drop in this time instead of a big blob. Gotta go now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks for stopping by, Millennial Model Mayhem. Once more, y'all, if you ain't seen the content over there with Millennial Model Mayhem, it's highly recommended. Go check them out if you want to see some hand-painted Gundam action made up for Gamma Wolves. Really fun stuff, really fun techniques, and always wholesome content. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, now we've got our 50-50 mix of cadmium flesh and pale flesh. I'm done with the Dread Sorcerer, finally. Sick. Trying to... Let's see what that looks like. Dread Sorcerer. Dread Sorcerer Hero Quest. Request Dread Sorcerer. Oh, that's a fun model. Oh, that is a very fun model. Yeah, that looks like it'd be a blast to paint. Putting color on them long robes. Very nice. One of these days we got to do a painting hangout live. That's actually something that RFD Hobby brought up with me the other day. I think it would be a blast, and it's not too difficult to set up the Discord as a way to stream it. You just would what am I trying to say here? You could take the screen capture tool in OBS and snag cameras and make it a way to get both the camera and what's going on. Man, my brain don't work good. Oh yes, we're doing that. RFD Hobby. Hey, speak of the devil. Yeah, I think it's a really good suggestion and a great idea. I'm back in the studio. We'll do a test this week if you have time. Yes, absolutely. Just shoot me a message and let me know what kind of time o'clock works for you. I'm definitely willing to work around time differences. It'll be a blast. And actually, so when I'm doing the the cyborg content coming up this Tuesday. Doing another one, 6 p.m. PST. It's just, we've got our cameras running, and then I do multiple instances of a Discord or a window capture in OBS, and it works fine. You get a little bit of latency, but it's not too bad. It's there definitely was a bit of a learning curve to it. I'll definitely hit you up about it. I'll try to find something mech, although I've been thinking about 6mm terrain since you mentioned it. 6mm terrain. I actually I think you might be onto something there. Your brand of work on some models or for some terrain for BattleTech folks might be super interesting to folks. I'd love to see what you could do with 6mm terrain. I'm kind of at a loss myself on how to do it. I just default to downloading stuff or buying resin stuff, printing it out. Okay, get a little bit of highlight here. I do love the idea of a hobby hangout. Something I thought about doing with channel members as well. Maybe do like a quarterly show or something with channel members involved. The laser cutting, I think, might be the way to get down to 6mm scale quite easily. Details at that scale can be brutal. Just streaming, chit chat, paint, etc. Yeah, exactly. I think there's some value to banter there, to keep it moving, keep it interesting. I had some tips from a friend who does a live show. He recommended doing just like, even if I'm just doing this, to capture Discord audio would be pretty cool. And I think that'd be, I think I'm inclined to agree. Just fun stuff. And if you ain't messed around with OBS, I'd recommend picking it up and just playing around with it and seeing what you can do. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's not too difficult once you have a good setup. Yeah. I was a little intimidated at first, and then I did those first, like, I want to say the 4th workflow live stream, and it kind of hit its stride and became a thing. I mean, I just wanted to capture a little extra content, stuff that I'm doing anyways, right? Like, if I'm sitting there doing 12 hours of work on a video, why not turn it into 12 streamed hours of come and hang out and see what's going on? Honestly, I have it, but I don't use it that often. Yeah, that's fair. It's kind of a niche program, right? Like it does what it does. You're either using it to live stream or to create a virtual camera for your Discord experience, or maybe filming some stuff. I used it a lot for my video art course I took last semester. So I was a instructional assistant and had to do my own modules of curriculum for the students. And what I would do is use OBS to record editing video and then kind of create videos that were both not only a tutorial on how to do things, but also like its own individual piece of video art. It's a really fun course. But turns out a lot of students ended up taking it because it was available and it counted towards their degree rather than being impassioned about it. Okay, putting some highlights on these faces. Chins, cheeks, nose, lips, etc. Slow going, but we're going. Alright. Damn, that one took ages. Okay. So next is the chesty gals. See if I can get some highlights down without hitting these open jackets too bad. Although this one's already got some flesh wash on it, so I think they're gonna need to be repainted white anyways. So let's thread the needle here. Just a little bit on the upward facing areas. Top of the chest, top of the breast. And that's it. That's all it takes. Just enough contrast to sell that quickly to thirsty viewers. Now I'm going to switch back to my bigger brush and try to save a little time blending this down. Paint will go on the strongest at the top and then feathered down until we get a nice little blend. The knee gets more of a solid application, and then we'll do the same on this other side. I'm going to do some Gaslands content soon. I've just grabbed the rules and started grabbing a few Hot Wheels kit badge. Hot Wheels are so cool. Damn. You know, I think that is a fantastic idea, and that is right on the money, I think, for your brand of content. So much of your terrain would look absolutely in universe for Gaslands if it was just that smaller scale. The Hot Wheels, is that 6mm scale? Is it more like 15? I guess, what am I asking? It's definitely not 6mm scale. It's like a weird scale, right? They, I thought I had some little cars around here. 6mm cars would be tiny, tiny, tiny. Okay, yeah, 15mm. That makes sense. Oh my goodness, stuff's happening over. Stuff happening on the Discord. Choop, choop, choop. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. I've been meaning to do some Gasland stuff myself. Perhaps I could do some mutual challenge stuff with it. 164. Some Hot Wheels are wonky side. Oh yeah, okay. They're not all universal. But yeah, Gasland's content is always fun, I think. Super interesting, and there's definitely like I think there's enough of an audience out there that with the size of your platform, they'd be super super successful. But the potential's there. There'll be some really triumphant video releases. I prefer to do Gaslands in 143, which is slightly larger cars. They're more expensive, but you get rubber wheels, opening doors, etc. Ooh, that'd be fun. Mostly the trucks are too small. Okay. Just have to scale up the game templates a lot. As a setting, it really lends itself to fun little terrain pieces. I like the idea that Gasland's terrain can be like very recognizable stuff with like an extra layer of dirt and grime over top. Or even, you know, it could still be a super clean arena if you wanted. The potential is there. And like, what other game is so encouraging of creativity and kit bashing and whatnot? I don't think anything gets close to it. Gaslands gives me Twisted Metal fix. Yes. Sure does. Yeah, I might have to do some myself, though. I honestly think that converting stuff, kit bashing, isn't really in the wheelhouse of the channel. Might end up being more of a 3D printed content if I did it myself. Not that I'm opposed to crafting or that I don't occasionally do kit bashing. It just doesn't really jive with the brand of the content I've put out so far. Then again, there's no need to just stay wedded to one idea. Why not experiment? I think it's a TV show in a post-apocalyptic world, so you can really let your imagination go a bit with the setting. Yeah. So good to think of that with like an announcer going, fun stuff. Surprised it's not like more popular locally. Though, I mean, I guess it is the Bay Area here, SF Bay Area. People are watching everything. You have to kit bash to make variants of Battletech. That is true. I did a little sculpting on my 12th Vegan Rangers AS7K Atlas. She's the one that has the 5 SRM6s as like the main gun. Never really tried kit bashing. I'm a box art guy. But with Gaslands, I should be able to print some accessories and then paint up the vehicles and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're onto something there. And it'll look really good. Especially given like the type of paint up you just did on that RC kit. Like that, except for not being covered in guns, that already was very much some Gasland type looking rust bucket paint job. Alright. Is that super blowed out? Y'all can't see these comically sized breasts on this model. Is that any better? This one is absurd. I really just picked her up for the thumbnail. Should have thinned this down a little more, I think. Piles and piles of tires. It's a shame I can't find a scaled deer carcass to mount on the hood of my tow truck. Though I have a rat skull coming to mount on the nudge bar. Oh, that sounds awesome. You know, that it is interesting to think that, like, there's a market for that kind of bit. Like, I imagine that, you know, it's pretty niche, but a sculptor could probably be fairly successful in providing different types of animal carcasses as STLs. Might just have to learn some advanced Blender stuff. Sculpt you up your own deer carcass for that. I can't imagine putting that amount of work in, though, personally, for a bit. Although I say that, and I'm sitting here painting Catgirls, which are basically nothing more than fodder for the base. It's really fun to build, then you drive it. Yeah. It seemed right at home with your other content, with your post-apocalyptic type builds. Gaslands is sometimes well drivers of the cars. You kill, you win gas. Push some toilet paper through the slot. You lose a pump quick dry cement through slot. Oh my god. That's insane. What's going on here? Deadly Dan. Oh, folks scheduling games. Cool. Community's going. I don't mean to stop everything to check notifications, but you never know. I use old computer transistors and something them out for SR. Drill them out for SRMs right now. It's not a bad idea. Get like the round ones. Sure beats shelling out a ton of money for the conversion bits from Ironwind Metals. Honestly, if I'm going to spend money on Ironwind Metal stuff, I'd rather just get some new chassis. Okay, so we're almost done with skin tones. I think if these were like if this was just a single model that I'd be painting for a project, she'd get a lot more work and a lot more love to the layers. But for now, I think base coat ink wash highlight is more than enough. So finish up putting a little bit on the chin, cheeks, lips, nose. Good enough. Get her done. Catgirls. Got a weird little bit happening right here on the eyebrow. See if I can't cover that up. There we go. Just screwed that up. You screwed that up real bad right there. Alright, well. Little squares and rectangles. Okay, yeah. This happening right here live is good because you can show where go back and forth to correct that. So I'm going to grab a little bit more of this flesh wash and try to recolor the lip right here where I just messed it up. And then it's where that brush licking I was talking about comes in handy. mosquito here. Remove the paint, put the paint on. Remove the paint, put the paint on. Try to get real close so I can see what I'm doing. Correct that lip. There we go. Looks a lot better. I guess y'all can't really see it. It's all blowed out on the camera. Okay. Alright, so where are we sitting at now? Holy hell, has time really flown that much? Time really flies when you're having fun, don't it? Last I looked at the clock, we were 90 minutes in. Sitting at 4 hours. For barrels, I use various sizes of copper wire. That's not too dissimilar to utilizing like guitar strings and stuff for piping on models. Let's see here. What's the next step? What's the next thing we should be painting here? Back to the Hunchback? Does Hunchback get a wash now? Does Hunchback get some Canopian green? What color green does it go? This don't want to focus. Alright. I think I need to think about putting some green on these girls. My camera don't want to focus either. Yellow panels on the Hunchback Star Wars. I like it. I like the idea, and that's what we're doing. Man, this camera don't want to focus. Alright, so let's swing this up and get it back in position for filming the Hunchback. See if that does what we're after. I like the idea of the yellow panels. It's really good. Really good call. I think that actually makes a lot of sense too for Canopian stuff. How's that look? I just cannot believe how bad that white balance is blowed out. I just turn this completely off. What's that look like? Waiting on the latency. Not really. Not really doing it there. Okay. Let's pretend like I'm painting. I'm painting right here. How's that look? I guess that's kind of in frame. Let's do it. Alright, so Catgirls, let's get you out the way. Alright, ladies. Don't need you right now. Goodbye. We want some yellow. We want some... Is this the yellow? Said it earlier. And I drew it a little look sick. Yellow panels on Hunchback. I want this golden yellow. Maybe not. Maybe it needs to be phalanx yellow. Kind of hard to tell which would be better. We're gonna try the golden yellow on it. Time to experiment. Couple out of place panels makes perfect sense to me because it is Canopian. Like, I want this whole thing right here yellow. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Okay. And I think we need to go back to the tall tripod for this. So let's bring this down. Bring that down. That right there, maybe? Okay. Pro Video. We show the Hansa Yellow by Golden. Now these are artist grade colors, but they have very strong pigmentation. So I think in this case, well, is it empty? Is it too empty to be used? Oh, there we go. They're also really thick. I don't know if that came through on the camera there, but I'll put 3 drops of water on that. It's just insanely bright pigment yellow. Oh no, that just reactivated some contrast color. It's fine. It's not bad. Just a little bit of brown in it. Might make it a little more realistic anyways. Okay. I think we even want another drop or 2 of yellow in that. Are they at Blick's? Yes, yes indeed. Blick's is where I go to pick up my golden colors. I'm very lucky to live quite close to Blick's. There's one on Market Street in SF, and I'm like 6 or 7 blocks from it. It's a nice walk. Head out, go down Market Street, pick up some new paints, stop, get a little lunch. Maybe at the old Taqueria Cancun, I think is the name of the place. Get a burrito, some new paints, good times. All right. This yellow is going to take a couple coats, unfortunately. Might not be the right tone either. It's almost like a greeny yellow. Whatever, it's fine. It'll come down when it gets a little oil wash over top. Brown it up some. It'll look fine and dandy. Trust in the process. Well, there's a wild thing happening there too on the camera. So the color y'all are seeing is not at all the color it actually is. Not even close. It's doing something weird there for sure. I do the Berkeley one. Okay. I haven't been over to the one in Berkeley. Of course, I'm only ever in Berkeley really for the game day. Every 3rd Sunday of the month over at Games of Berkeley, we meet up and do the BattleTech Day. It's a good time. There's a good crowd there. Really cool dudes. Maybe some gals. Not sure. I didn't go last month. But $5 entry. Very welcoming community. Playing 8,000 battle value. Good stuff. If you're a viewer of the channel and you find yourself in the SF Bay Area, want to get down for some BattleTech, come on down to Games Berkeley. Check it out. Fly me over, I'll play. If I were a wealthy man, RFD, in a heartbeat. Alas, I am but a student, and I live on a student's income. All right, we're gonna do some yellow panels on this big boy. Just here and there. Thought about doing them red as the repair ones, but I like the idea of the yellow. That's a good idea. That panel right there, that's going yellow. That's going yellow. Yellow boy. Speaking of BattleTech though, RFD, you find yourself wanting to try out some tabletop BattleTech, I highly recommend checking out Megamek. That's MEGAMEK. Really good software. It's got all the designs in it from all the years. It's a faithful reconstruction of the tabletop rules in a JavaScript setting, and you can play against the AI. Works really well. You can also set up multiplayer games and play via the internet, the interwebs. Let's do this panel in yellow. When do these BattleTech days happen? Once a month, you say? Yeah, every third Sunday of the month. Games of Berkeley. Once a month. Indeed. So, when's that put the next one, for instance? We're looking at that'll be August 20th. August 20th, we're doing that. Noon o'clock. Come on down and check it out. RFD, haha, it's okay. 46 at the moment, and sometimes life takes a hard left. You never know where you'll be in a few months. Maybe rich YouTuber. You never know. You never know. I think, heck, that might even be you. Sometime real soon. Just need the right video on the right crowd. You never know. This whole making videos thing is super unpredictable. I mean, quite frankly, like, I'm making BattleTech videos now because of stuff like the Urban Mech video, Big Urban Mech. I think I had 200 or 300 subscribers at the moment, and it hit 5K views, which is just like super mind blowing. And it was that moment that the channel became kind of a BattleTech thing. Does YouTube still have the 4,000 hours needed for monetization? To access ad revenue, yes. To access channel memberships and super chats is 500 subs. But yeah, so that's how I ended up with the channel membership. That's how I started up and got the super chats unlocked. But I'm still a little shy out. I'm sitting at, I'm close to the 4K. Sitting at like 3,700 watch hours at the moment, and 300 subs out to hit the ad revenue. And you best believe I'm going to start shoving ads down y'all's throats. Get my piece of that American tradition, which is advertising. Though, from what I understand, any real income in the YouTube sphere would come from community building. And so far, it's been commission work for me. That's been doing it. I got a few good clients over on Fiverr. Did some really fun projects. Super thankful. And of course, you know, I'm still doing the I don't take any income from YouTube. It all comes from Patreon. If you try too hard to focus on making money on YouTube, you always be upset. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I got a buddy who keeps telling me that it's all about building a community, and honestly, that's the focus now. That's why I keep pushing so hard the Discord. I want to get folks together, get folks involved in community videos, like showing off people's paint jobs and stuff like that. I'd love to do this full time. Luckily, I'm in a situation where I'm a student. You know, I've got another year on the bachelor's degree. So, what else am I doing? You know, going to class and painting models and doing fun YouTube stuff. I enjoy it. And it's like 0.002 cents per click. Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds right. Also, I don't know if y'all have seen it or if it's come in frame, but I have a mosquito that is flitting about, harassing me at the moment. What do we think about this panel being yellow? I think it might be too much with this yellow right here. Maybe not. That might look all right in yellow. I think we're gonna do it. Your earnings will go down if you've not cashed out before public watch hours on those videos expire. Revenue only counts for the vids that are currently contributing to your public watch hours. Interesting. I can't imagine that it'd produce any kind of you know, reasonable money until a channel got what, 50, 120k people, and even then you're probably still looking at like community building and developing a Patreon crew. But that we live in a world where one can create art and put it out there for people to see and ingest is pretty awesome. Sooty red. Sooty red. You know, another Nate, I should have waited a second, but yeah, I think a few red panels would have looked good. This is actually to the point of might have too many yellow panels. It's starting to look like an accent instead of just like here and there. But hey, decisions have been made. And those watch hours revenue disappears after years. You better cash out. Well, you can only cash out when you have a certain amount to be paid, otherwise they won't let you get paid. Yeah. I think it's building your community, your video library. I have a few videos in the bank. Those videos generate some passive income. The more you add, if it's evergreen type topic, you can add up. Interesting. Produce a decent amount of earnings if you're seeing multiple vids grabbing the 150k range view-wise, or vids on a channel. There's a lot of viewers constantly getting new views. Makes sense. I'm hoping to, I think a lifetime goal for the channel, maybe not a lifetime goal, but if I could grow the channel to get $100 a month through Patreon, I think I'd really feel pretty good about making content, and then that would probably be big enough to like push the community into other streams of like streams of revenue, stuff like the commission work and whatnot. at the size the channel is, I lucked out and I've already made like, I don't know, a couple $100 off of Fiverr just doing mech projects, tabletop standard stuff. It's very low pay rate, like not making much per hour, but it's been kind of cool to generate any amount of income via hobbies. It's been a blast. Success is just continuing to do what you're doing. Yeah, damn right. Damn right. I've been loving it. And really, you know, all this talk about money and trying to make a living out of this aside, producing content for people who want to see it, who enjoy seeing it, is at least to some degree its own reward. And it feels good. Especially when you see like the same faces come back and enjoy a piece of your content more than once. It's really awesome. Feels good, man. Though, you know, putting stuff on YouTube, something about number go up make you feel good. Without a doubt. And keep growing regardless of speed. Yeah. I think getting your channel to a place where it pays for what you want to do on your channel is a very reasonable goal for someone with the patience. Yeah, it's going to take time for sure. I mean, honestly, where I'm sitting at right now, as far as content creation, is I've been putting stuff on YouTube on and off for 2 years now. And right now, in this moment, I'm sitting in a YouTube live stream. People are watching. People are chatting with me. It's incredible. It's absolutely mind-blowing. And I am so utterly thankful for this community participation and this moment right now. It's like all this talk and big dreams about making money doing YouTube aside, this moment right now is what it's all about. So it's the least I can do to strive to make good quality content that folks want to see and find entertaining and get something out of it. And that's the goal. That's where we're at now. Let's see. Is this ready to put another coat on? Yes. Yes, it is. I should probably film putting a second coat, actually. Let's slide this around. Pop another thing down. Okay. Excuse me. I am still having coffee burps at 10:30 at night. Let's get the last swig of that and try and have that stop happening. Okay, so now we're filming getting a second coat on the yellow. Almost overdone it with the yellow, but it's fine. Kind of half-assed looks like this mech was rebuilt with some parts off of a Canopian militia mech. I can't remember what brigade it was, but when I was looking at Canopian stuff, yellow kept coming up, and I didn't want to do yellow, so that's why we ended up on the Canopian for first brigade. Dude, it's wild seeing my webcam is doing something weird with this, like almost neon yellow. It is not that color. It is not even close to that color. It's almost like, it's blowing out the sensor or something. It's like a neon yellow. That's crazy looking. Okay. So I've got 2 coats so far on these yellow bits. Where do we go from here? They need another coat, but they need to dry too. It's also getting into the corner there. Can't clean that up. This yellow may have been the wrong choice, but it's where we're at. It's nice to simulate being in a maker group while painting your shame pile with technology and polite, curious strangers and parasocial quasi-acquaintances. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. Kind of utterly... It's strange. It's a strange sensation. Let's see. What do we do to keep this rolling? I really need to put more yellow down, but that's gonna have to dry. So I'm far less done with these than I thought I'd be. Do we go back to the Catgirls? Do we go back to the Catgirls? I think maybe we do. We paint on these weapons. Or paint some metallics on them. Thought I'd get to the base and stuff today, but we're already sitting at 4 hours of work. And I am not where I thought I'd be. Let's try and get a good angle and go back to these Catgirls. That is a fantastic sunshine lemon yellow on camera. Makes me want to buy an 87 Pontiac Grand Am. It's wild that it's not actually the color that's showing up on camera. It's like not even close to that. It's got like a weird effect happening. That's like, it's not orange. There's no orangey tone to it all. It's just blown out. The camera sensor can't really pick it up. Let's see if we can't get a good angle to do the Catgirls again. How about right here? I'm working right here. Does that do it? The latency's gotten kind of bad at this point. Who did this? Okay. Should come down some more. Come on, Meow. I'm waiting on the latency so I can try and get this dialed in. Alright, so I think our next logical step is gonna be to think about the canopian like green bit. And I think we could maybe get away with this intermediate green. Or perhaps even this uniform green. I'm thinking the uniform green might be better. We'll do that. Okay, so I used that intermediate green already on the highlights on the Hunchback. So let's do another bit of green. Get this camera rolled up. Have you seen the YouTube video where the guy eats lobster and uses the shell and a WW2 battleship to build sci-fi diorama? I don't recall if I've seen the video, but I am aware of it. I'm aware that it's a thing. I can't remember if I've seen it or not, though. Or if I just know of it. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to keep bumping this either. Let's hit record. Crank up that light. And then we're going to show the uniform green to the camera. And start some uniform green. Yeah, that's perfect. An utterly perfect green for these shoulder pads onto models. Hopefully this angle is right for me to get the girls on camera as well. We need to do the ones with shoulder pads. Shoulder pads. That in frame. Wait on the latency. Can't believe it's so long. Okay. There we go. And we're gonna just one coat these shoulder pads. And here we're back to the Princeton, what is it called? Princeton Art and Brush Company. Number 3 round. Nice sharp tip. Sharp point. Fat bottom. Holds a lot of paint. Good stuff. And it comes in the I think it's called the Real Value sets. So if you're interested in trying these brushes out, you can check them out on Amazon for like $7 USD. They're about the same price too if you happen to go to an art supply store like Blick has them. They're definitely my go-to brush these days. Like, they're cheap enough that when they invariably wear out, which they will because it's a golden Taclon synthetic, you just, toss it up in the pile of busted old brushes, get you out a new one. It does wonders. Okay, yeah, this uniform green, very much Canopian feel to it. Might run into a little trouble when we're doing the highlighting on it. Gonna have to add like a, I don't know, like a super pale olivey, yellowy green to it. There we go. Shoulder pad by shoulder pad. Down the line we go. Where we stop, we all know. And it's with a finished Hunchback. Canopian Catgirls. So realistically, I'm not going to finish it tonight. I thought I would, but progress has been slow. Progress has indeed been slow. It's fun. It's moving along. And even if this video comes out not perfectly in time with the upcoming big Hunchback project or Hunchback video, which I have nothing to do with, it'll still come out and it'll be fun. And I'm still gonna make the claim to world's biggest Battletech, because it may not literally be the biggest BattleTech model. Again, I think Midwinter Minis 28mm Atlas is probably a physically bigger model than this. I don't think I've seen anybody do BattleTech in 148 before. And I'm going to assert my claim to world's biggest BattleTech with confidence. I'm legit convinced it is. Okay, here we go. Green on the shoulders. Simple paint job. First Canopian Brigade. Love it. Looking good. Now, is there any room for... a little bit of stuff here? Oh, I just realized this is like a satchel thing here. Satchel link. Emmerich says, link the lobster thing on Discord under models to see. Oh, fantastic. I will check it out as soon as I'm done with the stream. Another heads up to y'all out there who are not on the Discord. Go back through the chat history a bit and you should find a link if you want to join up and take a peek at some of the fun chatter that's been going on over there. Okay, so while that has been getting applied, we've let this yellow kind of marinate a bit and put another layer on it. And it is, again, it's super wild. The color that y'all are seeing is not at all the color this actually is. It's doing some weird stuff with the sensor, I guess, is messing it up. They've been having Iron Wind medals at Gamescape and SF lately. No shit. I had no idea. I'm gonna have to check it out. I was thinking I might come down there for Infinity tomorrow, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. I need to work on this project, so I'm kind of wedded to the desk. I guess this is another nod towards folks in the SF Bay Area. You want to check out some Infinity the game. Play over at Gamescape. That's 333 Divisadero Street. And we play every other Monday, about 6 p.m. Throw down on some Infinity. It's my favorite tabletop sci-fi game. Really good stuff. Fun game, challenging, high skill ceiling, and it's a real good time. Real good community too. Really helpful folks. They have a Rakshasa. No, oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to get my hands on that. Oh man. Yeah, that's good. Rakshasa would make for a really good piece of content as well. Could do a whole video on We Have Mad Cat at Home. Yeah, thank you for the hot tip there, Charles Fist. I'll have to check that out. I will absolutely have to check that out. Damn, a Rakshasa in the flesh, in my hand, don't have to wait for shipping. I'm, yeah, kinda want to get that. Okay, we'll we'll do another one of these. Iron Wind Metals at Gamescape. That's just like, it's very surprising to think of, heck, any of the game stores carrying Iron Wind Metals in the flesh on the shelf. Okay, another coat of yellow. Another coat of yellow. I see that my webcam is just like way out of focus on this too. It don't want to focus. And it's just, it again, it's doing wild stuff. That's almost like a red orange showing up on the camera. I assure you it is neon yellow. Alright, one more coat of yellow on this boy. Oh. Can I get rid of that mistake there? I think we're about to just pull this camera out some again and work on the Hunchback. Alright. I think that yellow is radioactive or something. Battletech is like SFB has serious geezer cred. It looks straight. Screaming taxi cab on my phone. It's very yellow in YouTube.star. Yeah, I think it's good. It's not at all the intended yellow, but it's a yellow and a decision has been made, and this is where we live now. In super bright yellow territory. Now, from here, I'm gonna have to turn this light back on and try to get this Hunchback in frame as I put in the green stripe. I'm waiting on the latency once more. Try and line this up about a little more that way. Do we see? Okay. All right. And now I'm also going to check I need to check once more the first Canopian Brigade reference material. And it has all right, so the mechs have like a green top to their head. So I think we're gonna do like the whole deal up here and this panel in green. And then it's got like a stripe going down one side on the art there. But I'm not sure where I could put the Canopus symbol on it and get away with it. We need some green. We need some shocking green. So we're going to use that same uniform green. I think we're going to put the stripe covering this thing and coming down. Like right here next to the yellow. And then we'll put a magistracy symbol right here maybe. Or we could alternatively do a stripe going down the gun, but I think it's a little too off center and would look weird right here. This seems right. Dead center is another option as well. The Vindicator has it in the middle. And then we could even do the magistracy symbol here. But I think off center is going to look better. We'll do it across that weapon. And then we can continue it around this way. And that's what we're doing. Okay. I keep moving the wrong mouse. Put a picture of yellow as it appears on YouTube on Discord under general talk. Let's see if I can't. I'll have to go back and screen cap it when I wrap up here. Unless you'd like to do it, you're welcome to. I will make a point to show that. I can't believe it. Like, such a weird thing. Doing strange things to this camera sensor. Okay, so I'm gonna raise this boy back up and record painting this boy, and he's gonna get this uniform green right here. Just going real rough with it, putting it where I want it to show up. Just a general stripe first, and we'll work on getting it correct in a bit. Probably thin it out a little, actually. This uniform green. Uniform green. It's a very close color match to the bright yellow on paint swatches in the MS Paint border. It's just like, it's wild because it's like toxic yellow. IRL. You know, it reminds me of the that paint by Stuart Simple, the world's pinkest pink paint. That stuff is so bright pink that like cameras can't register how bright it is. It does something to their sensor, and this is doing a similar thing. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, I'll do a comparison shot at the end of the stream. See what... You know, now that I'm looking at it, I think my cell phone camera is doing something similar. Not quite as bad, though. It's just like overwhelming the sensor. Okay. So we're gonna do green stripe. Green stripe. Green, green, green. And make sure it stays straight up and down as I can manage. Although I think the way I'm going to handle keeping it straight up and down is just kind of work at the middle of it first. And then that way I have room to like expand outward if I screw it up too bad. But the art has like a green stripe with yellow lines on the side. Battlebound, I'm going to pop off here for a while. Don't suspect you'll be here when I come back. So it was good talking to you. Always good to see you. Again, y'all, if you ain't seen Battlebound's content, head on over and check out their YouTube channel. Some good stuff. Some, I don't know how to best. It's a variety show. You get all kinds of stuff. Battletech talks, live game coverage, traveling on the road, events, unboxing, smorgasbord of offerings. Check them out. Good stuff. Again, Country Fried Minis approved. Excuse me. Oh, good lord. Coffee burps at almost 11 o'clock at night. Also, not trying to burp into the mic so much. Okay. This needs to stay kind of straight up and down right across that. Now. And this needs to go down to there. Alright, I hope I'm keeping that in shot. Definitely trying. Green stripe. I think it's kind of like compressed in a bit as it comes down. Need to add a little to this one side of it. Right here. It looks straight to y'all and looks straight to me. Straight as can be, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe that whole panel needs to be green. And then we're going to run it underneath as well, because there will be a bit of a gap. There will indeed be a bit of a gap. That you can see. Ah, yes. I don't know if that is coming through on the mic, but my lovely neighbors upstairs are rearranging their furniture again, as is their daily tradition. Alright. So, I'm going to do the same here. Keep this stripe going all the way down the back. I think we're going to expand its edges to take up this whole laser assembly, but I might just leave the laser assembly in tan. I kind of like what it's doing. We are going to run it up and over this. Who doesn't have a bit of gap between their torso and pelvis? Well, some people may or may not. I don't know. Torso and pelvis. I suppose people and mechs alike come in all shapes and sizes. And we shouldn't rush to judge folks who don't have a gap between their torso and their pelvis. All right, green coming down. Green coming down here. Keeping it as straight as can be. A little bit at a time. Oh, I just got out of bounds, out of line. It's fine. Just hand painted. Hand painted quirks. All right. Everybody hooked it up. Let's see. Let me see if I can't. Where was that at? Did you put that under general? Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. Okay, so let me see if I can't get a yellow on the big hunchback. Looks strange on the monitor. Maybe not as bad. Let me get a picture of it and see if I can't post it. It's like neon yellow. Yeah, that looks... It's more of like a... Let me post that over there on the Discord. Very green toned. Interesting. Interesting. Could Lionel bring down a hunchback with the Sword of Omens? I know Space Ghost, the Herculoids, but Lionel confuses me. I don't know. Could he? I don't think so. I can't imagine stopping a hunchback with anything less than, you know, comparable firepower. AC-20 shot. Gauss rifle. Swarm of LRMs. No. Some cat guy with a sword ain't gonna do it. Unless he got the pilot out somehow. I guess Lion-O could probably... If Lion-O was dropped out of a VTOL and scaled the mech, hacked open the hatch, yes. Very situational. Alright, we're still working this guy. Center of the line goes right across this. So more green. Then this green is the whole thing right here. This whole panel. Big green stripe. I'd like to see the Battletech stats on an Evangelion. Huh. Have to wonder. They're big, right? Like really big. even compared to battle mechs, they're big, 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 big. Would they be in the category of like one of those super heavies? Gotta be, right? $100 tall. I need to know how to read a Battletech sheet to have any context. I think like it's a whole nother scale we're talking here of power. Because like, let's see, Hunchback is 50 or 55 tons. I can't remember. But a person comes up to about right here on them. So I think I sized these accurately. Yeah. That's about accurate sized for it. AT fields would be hard to do since they ignore nukes, but fiber blades can chop through somehow. Yeah, it's I don't think they're comparable. I don't think you could really render it in a Battletech sheet style. I don't think it's something that could be defeated by battle mechs. And of course, again, the tabletop stats are, you know, it's a board game. Like, no matter how you slice it, yes, it's a miniatures game that's your custom minis and deeply open to whatever you want to run from whatever era, but it's a board game, and a lot of stuff is abstracted. It's like the whole, I guess the biggest thing that reminds you it's a board game is that it takes an extra movement point to go down a level. Downhill has the same movement penalty as moving uphill. It's just gameplay. Okay. You'd have to make some kind of special rules to get it in there, really. Alright, this needs to come all the way out to there. I hope that's still in frame. Aiming for it, but it's rough at times. Got a big green stripe for Canopus. Big green stripe. Big green stripe all the way down. Let's clean up that edge. Excuse me. Damn it. Still needs more on this side down here. Straight down would put it about right there. Okay. I have a stripe going up the whole thing around the front. About the same size. It looks decent. Good enough. Pretty sure Viber Weapons is just another application of the AT Fiddle. Movement penalties are about gyro and neuro helmet failure. I love that the game is deep enough that we can logic these things. Now that I'm thinking about it, because of the way neuro helmets are such an integral part of mech function, it almost stands to reason that the units from Evangelion could somewhat fit in the world. Okay, we now have big green stripe. Big green stripe. Let's make sure the bottom here continues to show green. How much is this going to show underneath? Yeah, that whole bit right there needs to be green. So this all needs green, 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 all the way down. All the way down. All the way across. Green, green, green. Canopian green. Okay. Making progress. So what time is it here? It is 11:11. San Francisco Pacific Standard Time. Time has just flown on by. Cannot believe it. Cannot believe we're not further along than we are. Pretty sure an Evangelion would pop the jaw armor and try to eat the fusion planet and roast its own face from the shielding. Yeah, that'd be the forbidden snack. All right, so we got a Canopian boy here. I'm not 100% sure I'm not just going to repaint these yellow bits because they are obnoxiously bright. Wrong tone of yellow. Maybe the Eva's plug suits were the prototype and they're still buried in a vault on the moon. This is looking pretty cool though. Looking pretty cool. I think I may end up repainting that yellow. It is just far too like neon. It's not working for me. I also forgot that I need to do the green head plate. So we're gonna do that. And do this. I think we may be just about to the limit of what I can sit here and do. I'm finding that like even though I could feasibly I can feasibly do an 8 to 10 hour paint session, but after a certain point my mind starts to turn to mush as far as like continuing to either talk about what I'm working on or maintain some kind of conversation. Grime might fix it. Do a test wash before you commit to repainting. wise, sage advice there. Thank you, another Nate. I might could hit it with the Imperial Fist contrast paint and save it. Now that I think about it, and that might put it into kind of the yellowy territory that I was really thinking, the like yellow orange. I just didn't realize that this, what is it, Hansa yellow was so very neon. It's obnoxiously bright. I don't know what possessed me to pick up that color. Can't do more than 4 hours without a bite or some video games. Yeah, I'm feeling it now. Actually, I haven't eaten at all today. And it's 45 till midnight. I've just been running on coffee all day. Maybe that has more to do with the fading than anything else. Shit, at this point, this late, I might as well fast till tomorrow. Honestly. Lord knows my midriff could use it. Good old fasting. Ooh, I don't know if I can thread the needle there. Let's swap to this tiny brush. Swap over to the 3.0 liner. Moisten the tip. If you can't get it in here. Because I'm kind of thinking that I might leave the top of the head brown and just like do this panel that's ringing the head in the green. Because the artwork with the Vindicator kind of has like a partial bit of the head in the green. Ah, damn it, I just got it. Get the green right there. Get rid of that. Another use of licking the brush right here in action, folks. I was just able to correct that mistake by consuming the paint that was on there. Yeah, let's just try doing this panel in the green. Let's see. I think kind of setting in that I'm not going to finish this tonight. I think I think 5.5 hours might be a reasonable spot to call a stream, honestly. Debating on whether or not I continue to just not eat till tomorrow. Warm up that rice I got in the fridge. But it's looking like I'm probably gonna finish painting this panel, call it a night. And likely stream the end of the Hunchback tomorrow. I might not. I might just finish it in my own time, but there's a significant chance there'll be one more paint stream, putting the detail on these Catgirls, the final touches on this Hunchback. We should have a finished video within 3 days of work, and hopefully that's enough time to give some padding to well, hopefully the Hunchback video does not come out in the next 2 days. But even if it does, even if the big one comes out, I'll still put this out. It'll be a fun piece of content. But yeah, she's coming along, looking pretty good. Looking like a Canopian 1st Brigade Hunchback. It's insane the size of this thing. I can't even get the whole thing on here. Fry a 40K Codex. Eat it for dinner. I've got some old ones. I could find a collector's one and fry it up. But digressing, I think that's about all I can do tonight, folks. I'd love to keep rolling. I want to thank y'all for showing up today. This has been amazing. I am so truly humbled that y'all find this interesting and want to stop by and keep me company while I'm working. I can't believe it, and it's really, really awesome. If you're finding this through the algorithm and you like seeing this stuff, we're going to keep doing these kind of live streams while we paint up some projects. We'll do some workflow live streams as well here soon and get more of the working in Premiere aspect of this. And soon we'll have the big Hunchback project out as a full-length video. It will probably be a giveaway. I'm not gonna commit to that. I might list this for sale, depending on how it comes out, depending on how I feel in the moment. But definitely a blast. And I think, given the way things have been going, we'll be back tomorrow. Do another stream, 6 p.m. PST. I may or may not get started a little earlier. But this needs to get done, and we still have some layers to go. We got to get the sponge chipping. We got to get the ink washing. We got to get these girls painted up. You know, if you're interested in seeing them get finished, yeah, I'll be doing some stuff soon. So thank y'all. And once more, I want to stress once again to folks that we have channel membership available as low as 99 cents a month for the Jelly Biscuit tiers. It's going to give you access to a badge next to your name, as well as biscuit-based emojis. You can always check us out on the Discord, and let's do another Discord link in the chat. If you want to join up at the Discord, check out that link right there. We talk about Battletech. We talk about gaming. Shoot me a message. Call me out for licking my paintbrushes. Whatever you want to do. Come on by. Should be fun. And I'll definitely be putting some polls out for folks in the Discord and for channel members for that fry up. We'll be thinking about it. So, as always, I want y'all to remember to be happy while you're painting. And also to remember that y'all's engagement keeps me happy while I'm painting. So if I catch y'all on the flip side, it will be most appreciated. And if I don't, there'll be one in the future. Keep an eye out for the finished video. Lots of love, and y'all have a beautiful night. Thank y'all for coming by. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow. So see you later.